can be structured around every potential product and service line you can imagine, and connected to a cluster of economic activities and markets in regional and sub-regional supply chains, while creating millions of jobs in the process. The AfCFTA and its many protocols, including one on digital trade, have opened market access, which must be materialized. Our collective duty, therefore, is to support emerging entrepreneurs, majority of whom are women and youth, led or owned SMEs, to produce and trade quality products and services seamlessly moving within and across borders, facilitated with the right logistics, skills, finance, and payment systems. The task is more urgent in today's context, characterized by geostrategic interests that are now chasing superior positionings on global value and supply chains. We too are entitled to repositioning ourselves in manners to penetrate potential segments on those global value and supply chains. Initiatives such as ASEA are making win-win partnerships on value chains a new, a smart alternative to aid. Let me unpack this in my second point, which is about reframing investment for Africa's future. Africa is a continent of possibilities. With our youthful population, entrepreneurial energy, rich resources, and growing regional integration, there is no question that Africa holds the key to its own transformation. But potential must be matched with structure. Vision must be backed by investment, and ambition must be met with infrastructure, both financial and institutional, that enables scale, sustainability, and inclusion. That's why the Africa Strategic Investment Alliance, ASEA, was created, not as a fund, but as a platform, a strategic vehicle, and a continental mechanism that will do a few things: aggregate and align catalytic capital, de-risk priority sectors like SMEs, agribusiness, climate, and digital infrastructure, and ensure investments are driven by African priorities and accountability frameworks. This brings me to a priority that remains close to my heart: the women and youth financial and economic inclusion, which we call WYFI, WYFEI initiative of the African Union. The complementarity between ASEA and WYFI is what I'm addressing in my third point. WYFI 2030 initiative was conceived as a partnership framework to deliver on the African Union Decade of Women's Economic and Financial Inclusion, decade 2020 through to 2030. We are halfway the journey. It structured a response to a long-standing gap: the persistent exclusion of women and youth from financial systems, business development services, and procurement opportunities, despite their proven entrepreneurial resilience. It also offers an accountability framework with unlocking $100 billion for 10 million women, youth, and SMEs at least by the year 2030 as its overarching target. It's one thing to acknowledge that women and youth are the engines of our economies, but it's another one to ensure that our policies, our budgets and investments platforms are built with them, not around them. I think my sister from the COMESA Business Forum made the point even more rounder. Is it louder? Yes. In countries where Wi-Fi is now operational, and we hope more countries will domesticate it as we go on, it's building national ecosystems that combine financial inclusion strategies and digital ID systems, inclusive procurement frameworks with targets for women and youth-led enterprises, and capacity development, especially in agriculture, value chains, and emerging sectors. ASEA and Wi-Fi are not parallel initiatives. They are complementary pillars of a shared continental ambition. ASEA can serve as the investment arm that helps translate Wi-Fi agenda into enterprise growth and job creation. A traders consultation conducted last year in 2024 by the FCFTA Secretariat and the African Union Commission Wi-Fi Secretariat and Better Than Cash as a partner reported persisting challenges such as financial access barriers, digital payments and cross-border trade challenges, logistics and shipping barriers, regulatory and policy challenges, and capacity building needs among many. But just imagine the possibilities. A situation where Wi-Fi identifies high potential women-led cooperatives and ASEA structures blended finance to scale them. Just imagine Wi-Fi advancing inclusive public procurement and ASEA channeling private co-investment to help those SMEs meet delivery capacity. Imagine Wi-Fi supporting national financial literacy efforts and ASEA connecting them to platforms like A-Trust or Sokoku.Africa. In short, ASEA and women and youth financial and economic inclusion working in tandem can demonstrate that inclusion is not charity, it is strategy. Coming to the fourth point, today's dialogue must move us from frameworks to results. We must embrace three imperatives. One being aggregation over fragmentation to consolidate financial efforts under coordinated platforms. Two being trust building through accountability to attract capital that's not patient only, but responsible as well. And third, to scale and sustain. Scale and sustainability are needed so that the impact of our investments goes beyond short-term projects to long-term systems-level change. This is why the Africa Strategic Investment Alliance value lies. As a trusted African-led mechanism, it can offer clarity to partners, structure to governments, and pathways to scale for SMEs, women, and youth. As I conclude, I look forward to a vision that we are anchoring in our people. The future of Africa's investment landscape will not be defined in global boardrooms. It will be built by the hands of our own women-led enterprises, our own youth-run digital ventures, and our own rural cooperatives and urban entrepreneurs. Let us commit to an investment model that is centered on people, not just projects. One that understands value beyond return, that builds resilience, dignity, and productivity across every sector and every region. ASEA and Wi-Fi represent this model. Together, they offer us a blueprint not just for economic growth, but for inclusive prosperity. Let us bring that blueprint to life with courage, with clarity, and with a shared sense of responsibility. I thank you.
Honorable Ministers, Their Excellencies, Ambassadors, distinguished delegates, esteemed partners, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you all to this high-level dialogue on the Africa Strategic Investment Alliance, Asia. Your presence here today representing governments, development finance institutions, private sector investors, philanthropic organizations, and regional economic communities, small businesses and youth reflect the growing consensus that Africa's transformation must be underpinned by bold, inclusive, and coordinated investment. We are gathered here not just to share insights, but to shape a path forward together and commit to walking to it. Across Africa, from our capitals to our communities, the message is clear. Africa is rising, but it must rise on its own terms through the strength of its people, the vitality of its enterprises, and the alignment of its policies with its potential. This moment demands a shift from fragmented initiatives to system-wide approaches, from short-term grants to patient catalytic capital, from donor-driven grants, from donor-driven priorities to Africa-led investment frameworks. That is why the Africa Strategic Investment Alliance, Asia, was created. It is not a traditional fund, nor simply a policy platform. It is a strategic alliance, a special purpose vehicle mandated to mobilize, aggregate, and align investment resources that unlock sustainable growth for Africa's SMEs, youth, and women-led enterprises. Asia exists to serve as a connector between ambition and capital, between country-owned development plans and the international financing ecosystem. An advisory board composed of distinguished leaders who bring a wealth of experience from finance, policy, private sector development, and philanthropy has been established to provide strategic guidance, technical oversight, and partnership stewardship for Asia's operational framework. Their mandate is threefold. First, to guide the development of country and region-specific investment strategies that align with AFC FTA priorities, national development plans, and AU frameworks. Second, to support the establishment of blended finance structures that de-risk capital flows into high-impact sectors such as agriculture, climate resilience infrastructure, manufacturing, and digital trade. thirdly, to champion transparency, inclusivity, and accountability in all Asia's operations, ensuring that our work delivers results for citizens at scale. Each advisory board member plays a vital role in shaping Asia as a credible, independent, and high-impact continental mechanism. Their individual profiles are impressive, leaders who have made great achievement in their service to their communities, countries, and continent at large. Together, they will serve as stewards of a new approach to African investment, one that is driven by integrity, innovation, and shared ownership. This dialogue is not an isolated event. It is part of a larger effort to build an integrated ecosystem of trade, finance, and enterprise support, linking platforms such as Sokuku, Africa, eTrust, and country-level investment frameworks under a cohesive, scalable strategy. Of course, over the course of today's sessions, we will explore how to structure and operationalize blended finance instruments that are tailored to Africa's realities, how to leverage digital public infrastructure and trade platforms to unlock regional value chains, how to activate the private sector as investors and co-creators, not just as stakeholders. As we begin this dialogue, let us ground our discussion in a shared belief that Africa's future will not be shaped in boardrooms alone, but in how we empower our entrepreneurs, our farmers, our builders, and our youth. On behalf of the Africa Strategic Investment Alliance and its partners, I thank you for your presence, your commitment, and your belief in this collective effort. Let us make this dialogue a milestone in the journey toward an Africa that invests in itself and welcomes and facilitates investments from all over the world. Thank you. Welcome once again. On behalf of the organizers, I welcome you once again and wish us all fruitful and forward-looking discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Professor Charles Murigande, Vice Chairman, AE Trade Group Board. And congratulations is one of the co-organizers. Would you please congratulate him as well on this occasion? Thank you so very much. As the previous speaker said, moderating afternoon sessions is not such a fun thing to do, is it? Yes, the usual typical afternoon vibe will loom over. But I'm going to challenge you with a few things. I will come up with a word or a short phrase, and then you shout out whatever comes to your mind. Yeah? You ready? Say, I'll give you an example. We are here at Adwa Memorial, so if I say Adwa, a word or a phrase that comes to my mind would be Africa, resilience, freedom, independence, whatever. So I'll give you a word or a phrase and then shout out what comes to your mind. 1, 2, 3. AFCFTA. Great? Oh, wonderful. Yeah, let's hear the diverse voices that are in this house. African youth. Hardworking, power, And job creation, very important, isn't it? That's why we're here today. Just to tease your brain a little bit before I lead into the next speaker. So I'm not gonna take any more time, but we'll come back to it later. Would you please now welcome to the floor for his remarks, Mr. Nicholas Obare, Deputy Country Director for AGRA Ethiopia. Thank you so much. I'm sorry that you have to walk all the way from the other side of the stage.
Your Excellency, Minister of Labor and Skills, the Honorable Mufrihat Kamel, Your Excellency Moses Vilakati, the EU Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Development, Excellencies present, distinguished panelists, representatives of development partners, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to join you today for this Africa Strategic Investments Alliance high-level dialogue platform, a platform that could not be more timely or essential to the future we envision for our continent. As we gather here, we are reminded that Africa stands at the intersection of unprecedented opportunity and persistent structural challenges. The question before us is not whether Africa can grow. No, that is not the question. But how we will finance and sustain inclusive growth that delivers for our farmers, youth, women, entrepreneurs, and the small and medium-sized enterprises that form the backbone of our economies. At AGRA, we have long argued that agriculture is Africa's most inclusive growth pathway, and yet, year after year, it remains one of the most underfinanced sectors. The same is true for Africa's broader food system, where over 70% of employment is created, but where access to patient capital, working capital, and infrastructure finance remains deeply constrained. The Africa Strategic Investment Alliance, ASIA, emerges as a critical vehicle to bridge this gap, not only by mobilizing finance, but by doing so in a way that is aligned with continental frameworks, responsive to national priorities, and accountable to African citizens. It is a platform grounded in the understanding that investment is not merely about capital. It's not merely about capital. It is about coordination. It's about trust and local empowerment. ASIA has the potential to aggregate resources, de-risk investment environments, and enable catalytic partnerships between governments, DFIs, philanthropies, and the private sector. As an institution committed to agricultural transformation, AGRA welcomes the opportunity to work closely with ASIA and its advisory board to ensure that food systems, both formal and informal, are not overlooked in the investment agenda. As AGRA, we know from experience that, one, resilient agriculture requires patient, blended finance, and not just grants. We also understand from our experience that rural enterprises are investable, but need aggregation and tailored support. From our experience as AGRA, we also understand that youth and women-led businesses in agri-food value chains are ready to grow if given access to the right tools, markets, and credit. AGRA brings to the table a network of national platforms, a robust country diagnostics, and years of work building inclusive ecosystem for agricultural development. We therefore see ASIA as a natural ally in scaling what works and crowding in capital that matches Africa's ambitions. This dialogue today gives us the opportunity to think differently about risk, Africa is not risky. It's not a risky continent. It is a continent with mispriced risk. Through innovative mechanisms, guarantees, first loss capital, and outcome-based instruments, we can unlock the kind of investments that create jobs, build resilience, and transforms life. To this end, AGRA is working with the Africa Union Commission to develop the Agri-Food Systems Finance Policy Accelerator Facility, commonly called AFPAF, that will enhance public and private sector investments that supports young people. Let us therefore use this opportunity to go beyond project-level thinking. Let us design investment platforms that are scalable, regionally integrated, and rooted in national ownership. We must also ensure that these platforms are built with data transparency, accountability, and inclusive governance principle that Asia has rightly embedded in its institutional design. In conclusion, Africa's transformation will not come from isolated programs or one-off commitment. It will come from strategic alignment, from long-term partnerships, and from willingness to take bold collective action. AGRA is committed to walking this journey with all of you. We see ASEA as a powerful opportunity to transform capital into impact, to turn African ambition into African success stories. Let this dialogue be more than a moment. Let it be a milestone on the path to a new model of investment, one that puts African enterprises at the center, builds lasting value, and unlocks the full promise of the continent. Thank you, and Amasegnalo.
Amasegnalo, thank you very much. Mr. Nicholas Obare, Deputy Country Director for AGRA Ethiopia, for giving us that insightful and powerful message. Ladies and gentlemen, if my sound and IT engineers are ready, we'll have a video recording to be played. Her Excellency Amina Mohammed's speech. She's the Deputy Secretary General. Her speech while unveiling of the Africa Strategic Investment Alliance in New York, September 2023, has been found pertinent to this particular session. So we now have the honor of playing that recording, video recording. Can you play, please, guys?
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to share a message with you at this Strategic Alliance for Investment in Africa high-level event. Midway through the 2030 Agenda, we must rescue the SDGs and turbocharge their implementation. Advancing Africa's agenda for digital and financial inclusion is now, more than ever, essential to building sustainable and resilient economies that leave no one behind. Africa remains the continent with the lowest internet penetration rate in the world, just 33% compared to 66% globally. High cost of internet services, a lack of infrastructure, particularly in rural and remote communities, and the digital divide that hinders the adoption of mobile internet all contribute to this situation. To accelerate the adoption of digital technologies and improve financial inclusion, Africa needs to expand its infrastructure, particularly in rural areas. Policies that foster competition and innovation must be introduced and attract the necessary levels of private investment. Investment in infrastructure requires that we close the financing gap. Africa's sustainable financing gap is around $1.6 trillion, equivalent to 7% of Africa's GDP. Earlier this year, the Secretary General put forward an SDG stimulus proposal to close this financing gap and massively scale up affordable long-term financing by aligning all funding flows to the SDGs. The SDG stimulus aims to scale up affordable long-term financing for all countries in need by at least $500 billion a year and by increasing liquidity, accelerating debt restructuring efforts, and expanding concessional and near-concessional funding to developing economies. Be assured that the Secretary General and the United Nations will continue to call for a new financial architecture, increased access to finance, and a lower cost of capital. This call reflects the importance of collective action and the need for enhanced public-private partnerships. The unveiling of the Strategic Alliance for Investment in Africa today is timely, and it's a move that will attract more private investments in Africa to accelerate digital and financial inclusion, particularly women and youth-led SMEs, while harnessing the full potential of the African Continental Free Trade Area. SMEs are the engine of economic development. An investment in SMEs is an investment in achieving the SDGs and securing sustainable and inclusive growth. The impact of public-private investment and the Africa Strategic Investment Alliance can be multiplied by investing in strong governance as the cornerstone. Effective institutions and transparent, reliable policy frameworks are essential to regain control of financial and economic flows in African countries and advance digitization. Lowering the risks of investing in the SDGs in Africa through strong institutions and policy frameworks is the best way to ensure the sustainability of foreign and domestic investment as a source of development finance. Excellencies, friends, when Africa wins, the world wins. I wish you all success.
Very important topic. The keynote address, the introductory remarks attest to the high importance that has been placed on this particular issue, African Strategic Investment Alliance. So with that, I'll lead you to the panel discussion. And this panel discussion will be moderated by Mr. Mulualem Siyum, household name already now. He is a founder and CEO of AE Trade Group. If you allow me to say just a few words about him, among a lot of different things. He's got systems management education background from Roehampton University in London, and also certifications in enterprise risk management from Harvard University, as well as credentials in global information security governance. Mr. Mulualem Siyum continues to be a Pan-African voice for digitally enabled, inclusive growth and institutional cooperation that accelerates sustainable development. Once again today, please welcome Ato Mulualem Siyum to the floor. He's CEO and founder of AE Trade, to take over this session and moderate, introducing the topic again and the panelists.
Good afternoon. Distinguished Excellencies, distinguished guests, this is the session, the Africa Strategic Investment Alliance. I would like just to frame the event and introducing, first of all, who is ASIA, the Africa Strategic Investment Alliance? How this is all came together, and where did we start, and why are we doing this? With our principles that earlier a number of keynote speaks has been made, but I think it is important that the cause that where this has been started. In 2021, a new concept note has been submitted to the African Union, that affordable digital finance. And that concept note has been formed by the technical committee, the STC, of the Ministry of Finance and central bank governors. The technical committee has been discussing it, the challenge that having affordable finance in the continent. And
That discussions took about a year, and then make the recommendations to the Ministry of Finance. And at that time, the discussion has been taking place is that we have in Africa one common challenges that majority of businesses are not getting the finance. We've been saying in the last 20 years, financial inclusion. But financial inclusion without affordability, it is not inclusion. And in this regard that we had several discussions. Today, that before we get the recommendations made in order to make financial inclusion, that we really need to address today the financial gap, what it is, where it is. Today, we are only financing small business 7%. We have 102 development finance. We have over 600 commercial financial institutions. We have formal 39,000 microfinances. Collectively, all of that is financing 7%. 7% of the demand needs. So with these discussions that we're recognizing that this gap, all of us collectively, we need to make an extraordinary effort. Unless we address that, every country can develop a smart strategic policy of economic growth. But the bottom line is unless we address this, there is no way we can eradicate extreme poverty. So in this regard, that the technical committee has made the recommendation to the Ministry of Finance, and in 2022, that we were honored to get the summit decision by the African Union organ. Now, this is a huge milestone getting into that summit decision. However, that it requires every single year for a small business $330 billion US per year. So where do we get that money? And it is extremely important that when we look for money much, much smaller than that, even it is much, much tougher to get for every country to get that money. So a new research has been emerged in partnership with the African Union, the OECD Development Center, that is where we can source that money. In fact, that the primary source is that to look into inward on the domestic resource mobilization. Because this huge challenge has to be primarily solved, if not even partially solved, by Africans in Africa itself. And as a result of that, the Africa Strategic Investment Alliance has come that really to be member state, to own it collectively, to be a shareholder, so primarily to demonstrate that this unity, this resource need has to be the challenge of every member state, and then also non-state actor can participate. And that is how in 2023, that to implement the summit decision, we need to come up with a collective solution that we can be able to address. And a number of you today, some of the member states actually helping us, and you are also making history today for a second time in this opening of the third Africa Job Creation Forum, that who has been supporting your country as the Minister of Finance, who has endorsed the summit decision. And in 2023, some of you also championing to be the shareholder of the Africa Strategic Investment Alliance. And the global financial institutions has been also endorsing it. The international community has been endorsing it. I thought I just want to give this introductory to set the context on that. So the Africa Strategic Investment Alliance is basically a special purpose vehicle initiated by the A-Trade Group, endorsed by the African Union structure, and designed to serve as a platform to mobilize catalytic and de-risking investment across small businesses. In this context, that I would like to invite now all the panelists. Dr. Iskender Asfaw, Vice President of Commercial Bank of Ethiopia. Please, let's welcome him. Mr. Tamasgen Basha, CEO of Awash Bank. Salam. Mr. Mark Gauthier, Treasurer and Chief Investment Officer from Concordia University, Montreal, and ASEA Advisory Board. Okay. A representative of the African Development Bank. Okay, it is in absentia. Dr. Siotasi Makong, representative of the Secretary General. Makong, I saw you earlier. Okay. Sal Martini, ASEA Advisory Board member. Okay. Welcome, dear moderators. And the first, I just want to introduce yourself. I'm giving 1 minute to each one of you, and starting with Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Iskender Asfaw. I am from Commercial Bank of Ethiopia. As you know, Commercial Bank of Ethiopia is a state-owned commercial bank in our country, one of the largest banks in the country. I'm working as a wholesale banking vice president at CBE. Thank you very much.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tamasgen Basha. I am Chief Transformation Officer for Awash Bank. So I am not the CEO, obviously. So this is the correction for addressing my name. So Awash Bank is the biggest and the oldest commercial bank in Ethiopia. And Awash Bank is one of the banks that has been working deeply on SME financing and encouraging youth business, youth entrepreneurs in Ethiopia. Thank you so much.
Mark Gauthier.
Good afternoon. Mark Gauthier, I'm the Treasurer and Chief Investment Officer of Concordia University in Montreal. It's a comprehensive university. It has established itself as a sustainable leader across nationally and internationally. And on my end, I oversee the corporate finances, and also we establish leadership and sustainability in respect to sustainable financing and sustainable investments. Thank you.
Sal Martini.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Sal Mariani. I'm on the board of directors of the AE Trade Group, also an advisory board member for the Africa Strategic Investment Alliance. I'm a senior banking executive from Canada. I worked for the Bank of Nova Scotia. Scotia, to my knowledge, is still the third largest bank in Canada, and I'm very, very excited and pleased to be here with my colleagues on the panel, and all of you as well. Thank you.
Dr. Skinder, I would like to ask the first question is that how can ASEA serve as a catalytic vehicle to mobilize large-scale capital toward micro, small, and medium entrepreneurs, youth and women-led enterprises, and climate-smart sectors, and that roles can development finance institutions and philanthropy partners plays in risking this investment?
Thank you very much. I would like to say something about the contribution that we had in financing or in engaging digital platforms from Commercial Bank of Ethiopia's side. CBE has recognized the significance of MSMEs and youth and women-led enterprises. That's why starting from 2021, CBE has established in a departmental level that's led by directors for microbanking, and we have established also SME directors so that we are able to serve as much as possible these entities or these somehow less disadvantaged one in terms of financing. There are case in point that which CBE has been working almost for the last 2-3 years. For example, the very good example that we can give as CBE, we are trying to reach Ethiopian farmers, focusing or piloting as Oromia region is as a test piloting in the region, so that in the last 2 years we were able to give finance through digital platform to almost 1 million farmers, so that through that platform we able to mobilize or we able to at least furnish finance up to 30 billion Ethiopian birr. So that CBE has got an advantage also to control the flow of credit through this platform. Further, to reach the MSMEs and the others, CBE has been working with the telecom companies as well, with Ethio Telecom, which we able to finance around 10 billion Ethiopian birr for more than 800,000 micro businesses and or in retail areas. Just last year, we have introduced our guidelines for startup businesses, and we start providing also finances for startups and for MSME finances, specifically for small and medium enterprises. CBE in this year alone, from the total of around 450 billion Ethiopian birr disbursement, we have dispersed around 24 billion for our SMEs. We are also engaged in matching funds with international organizations so that we able to avail finance through such kind of platforms. And there are guarantees schemes which, again, we're working with UNDPs and others. And MSMEs also are taking advantage of that platform. Further, CBE also is used by bilateral financial institutions, sometimes as fund administrator, which they bring their finances for MSMEs, and CBE is going to recruit MSMEs and avail finances. And through other fintechs also, we are trying to reach the MSMEs and others. Coming to the questions, of course, ASIA, the African Strategic Investment Alliance, as we heard in the keynotes, they can be used as a real catalyst so that finance can easily be availed or can be easily collected. Large capitals can be easily collected from the philanthropists and from the DFIs, from developmental finances, and we can easily avail these funds for the MSMEs or for the users or for the women-led enterprises. Therefore, I can see that Asia can play a massive role, can play really a greater role for just to reach these entities. As I mentioned earlier, CBE has been engaged in these areas, but we can simply tell that the things that we are engaged still, it's not enough. We need more support from DFIs and from such kind of platform also. If we are able to get a blended finance or in the form of grants or concessions, then we can reach the MSMEs and others through such platform. Therefore, we can say that Asia can role the catalyst role to approach or to meet the SMEs or MSMEs and others. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will come back to you on the second questions, but let me just ask Tamasgen. Yes, please. How do you see ASEA that can be able to support small businesses throughout the continent, and your intervention currently in Ethiopia and the relationship ASEA?
Thank you so much. As I tried to mention earlier in my introductory note, Awash Bank has been strongly working on financing MSMEs, women and youth in the last 3 to 5 years. Just to begin with, Awash Bank has a platform where it encourages young entrepreneurs to pitch their business ideas and compete for funds. These funds are channeled in the form of handouts or direct grants to winning youth that have strong and convincing business ideas. And on the other hand, it is given to them in the form of loan and up to 5 million Ethiopian birr to execute their business ideas. This is known as the Qatalewan or the Tatariwochu, or you can say it's the bustlers in terms of working community. So these are the flagship value proposition of Awash Bank for SMEs, I mean for young entrepreneurs in Ethiopia. Through this flagship value proposition, Awash Bank has trained more than 10,000 youths during the last 2 rounds of Tatariwochu competition, and it has granted more than 20 entrepreneurs who have already started executing their business ideas on the ground. So this is just to tell you that, or to inform you that this Awash Bank has championed MSME financing during the last few years. However, it could not go to the level and the depth it should be gone because of the structure of the financing. The structure of the financing limits us from doing what should be done. And the role of ASEA, or African Strategic Investment Alliance, is to source soft loans, or loans that are patient and responsible, as Mrs. Munich said earlier, patient and responsible finance that can be channeled through local financial institutions like ours. So Awash Bank, during the last few years, has granted some 12.7 billion Ethiopian birr to 433 MSMEs, during the 20 year to 24-25, totally it granted a loan of 6.7 billion to 190 MSMEs. And during the year 24-25, through microfinance and other vehicles, Awash Bank has channeled more than 15 billion Ethiopian birr to around 12,000 SMEs in Ethiopia. So its effort has been there for the last many years. By the way, Awash Bank has dedicated structural arrangement for SMEs at chief level that was established during the 2016 strategic year and has been in effect since then. Awash Bank has another value proposition for MSMEs. It has non-financial service centers, about 5 non-financial service centers where SMEs can be trained on business development, on networking and financial report preparation. And these service centers are in effect starting from the year 24-25. And these five centers are supporting more than 1,000. They have already supported more than 1,000 MSMEs who have been trained on business development and financial modeling. And so, to conclude on this question, the role of ASEA is solid and clear. So it can collect funds for the financing of SMEs and women and youth entrepreneurs financing. And also the development finance institutions have the role of not just being partners and donors, but they have to be co-investors in the African future going forward. And if we do so, we can reach more and more women, youth, and MSMEs in general across Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Temesgen. I will come back to you for the second questions. Mark, now the similar questions that I have for you is that how can ASEA serve from your global perspective of investment? How can ASEA serve to catalyze the real chronic challenges that Africa faces on large scale financing and catalyzing of focusing on small businesses?
Yes, I thought of answering that question twofold. I'll come from an institutional allocated investment perspective, an international one as well. And as to answering first what institutional allocators look for, and then what ASEA can provide as a result. And so for what institutional investors can look for, I'll provide some context. I'll use an example of what I do for our foundation and how we allocate capital. And it's all about intentionality and purpose. So 100% of our capital is allocated either by, it's all intentionality, but we have 3 distinct classes, either by the purpose of for the planet, for the people, or for a sustainable economy. But we also have mission-related investments. And one of the emerging trends, which I think is heavily related to this conference, is about the brain economy and how about, in a holistic manner, really address the human capital side as an opportunity, which will then lead to, obviously, growth potential. So that's how, from a sourcing perspective, we look for. And then, from a due diligence perspective, then we always look when we look at sourcing opportunities, we look for alignment of interests, and we also look for alignment of standards, international standards, such as the UN SDGs. Now, we also obviously look at risk, and risk really is about figuring out and understanding uncertainties around the investment, and then as well try to untangle complex and unclear frameworks. So then, to me, what ASIA can provide is really twofold. One is a governance model that addresses transparency, which is very key for investors. Also is a source of reference, which provides assurances as well, and that international standard framework alignment that I mentioned. But obviously, ASIA is more than a governance model. It also allocates capital. And an example that I can give you that to me is a frame of reference for ASIA is what I just recently invested in Canada. So the federal government there created a fund, an impact fund, 100% impact fund called Realized Fund. And it's meant to be, it's a fund-of-fund allocation, and it's meant to be a partnership with institutional investors where they match capital, where their own capital will either go for operational or capital investment purposes. But it also provides downside protection, which provides more incentives for institutional investors to allocate. Given this thematic of our being 100% impact, it also provides that important element of measurement of metrics and outcomes. So it's really, this is how I see what Asia can provide, both assurances and from a governance perspective, and as well alignment from an allocation perspective.
Thank you, Mark. Let me come to Sal now. You are a seasoned banker. You've been working for decades and supporting small business in Canada and what ASIA trying to do. How do you relate and resource mobilization to catalyze for the special purpose vehicle? How do you see yourself and your experience in the context of for Africa? Thank you.
I'm not used to the microphone being on this side. Thank you. Thank you, Mulwalem, for the question. An excellent question. And I'll answer it from a perspective, and I'll also give you my experience and my perspective in Canada as well, and how we have partnered with some institutions there that are development financial institutions. So essentially, as we all know, ASIA offers game-changing approach to a blended finance process. You know, from a banking perspective, what sets ASIA apart is its capacity to structure investments that combine patient capital from philanthropists and concessional finance from DFIs, so development financial institutions, with a commercial lending practice. So this layered approach allows banks and investors to extend credit to higher risk but high impact segments like youth-led startups and climate-smart agribusiness. DFIs can provide first loss guarantees or credit enhancements that make these transactions bankable, while philanthropic partners can fund the technical assistance and the ecosystem engineering. I'll bring you back to my experience from my point of view in Canada. So we have about, I would say, and again, from statistics, depending on which information you look at, probably small business represents 70% of the jobs created in Canada. So the small and medium size plays a crucial role in growth in jobs in Canada. There are major chartered banks, like Scotiabank is one where I work for, but we also have a bank in Canada that's called the Business Development Bank of Canada, which is essentially a crown corporation from the Canadian government. And that entity has supported small and medium-sized businesses by taking on a little bit of a higher risk. And when you combine that with other partners, such as banks, you now have what you would call a blended finance program. And that has essentially spearheaded growth in the small and medium size, creating thousands and perhaps countless jobs in Canada on that. So thus, in my view, Asia thus creates a comprehensive risk-sharing model that makes local lending to SMEs more feasible and scalable. So as a board member, I see Asia not just as a fund aggregator, but a facilitator of financial innovation, which is aligned with the African realities today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sal. Now, I now come back to you, Doctor, and I am very glad to hear that the development effort Commercial Bank of Ethiopia is doing to support the small businesses. And ASEA and Sokuku, which is the integrated ecosystem for sustainable business growth, what we believe is that a de-risking mechanism for existing financial institutions and dedicated supporting small businesses. And how do you see Sokuku integrated ecosystem address a structural barrier on small business growth, such as fragmented market, lack of access to affordable finance, and weak logistics network? And how can that the commercial bank and public sectors could jointly to scale its adoptions of across Ethiopia and the continent?
Thank you once again. In our understanding, I guess, Sokuku Africa is an integrated digital ecosystem that is developed or designed its digital infrastructure directly to tackle the challenges MSMEs, youth and women-led financing issues and other challenges. We feel that such kind of engagement, such kind of integrated ecosystem can address the market fragmentation that we have in our regions, in Africa at large, in our continent. And there are financing gaps also, which we may avail such gaps through our digital platform or through the digital platform which Sokuku African can design or can develop. There are logistic inefficiencies which MSMEs and others are suffering. Therefore, through such kind of digital platform or having such kind of digital integrated ecosystem can resolve, I guess, those major issues. To go a little bit in a detail, Sokuku can provide itself as a marketplace which B2B or B2G or B2C can collaborate or can integrate themselves, and MSMEs also can access the large regional and continental markets through such kind of platforms. Further, can engage also in a very transparent and traceable transactions, which it can be used as a data source for, for the next actions or for next decisions. And any, the information that we get can easily be, we may not have any information asymmetry when we have such kind of digital platform. Apart from that, having such kind of integrated digital platform, it will help us to have affordable finance through the digital platform. If Sokuku is able to develop the data-driven credit scoring system, which it is a serious issue, or it is one of the risks that we identify always to MSMEs, because traceabilities or KYCs are the issues, then through such kind of platform, if credit scoring are appointed, then banks can easily avail finance through such kind of platform. And even additional financing tools also can be appointed or can be used through such kind of platform.
Therefore, it's very much useful to have such kind of integrated digital platform, and CB also can easily integrate itself with such platform. In addition, as far as the logistic networks also concerned, we may use such kind of platform to have an integration with the other third parties. We can say with the logistic companies or with the warehouse companies, so that we may have a real-time and route optimization can be applied and proof of delivery can be easily checked or seen. Therefore, for MSMEs, not only always finance is an issue, but also having such kind of integrated digital ecosystem also, I guess, will alleviate so many issues that can be raised from these entities. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Mr. Tamasgen.
Yes, thank you so much. Sukuku Africa is, as we heard from this morning's presentations, is a digital ecosystem whereby resources are channeled to business entities or enterprises. So it creates for the banks to create or to form relationship to the business entities that otherwise would have been run out of the formal sector, and it helps to bring those businesses and business ideas into the formal channel. So it is a platform where we can easily onboard our customers, our small and medium enterprises, easily and from anywhere around the country. And it also helps us to keep and track their data, real-time consumption and production data, and financial data of the performance of the SMEs. So the advantage or the support of Sukuku excuse me, Africa is multifold in such a way that when it comes to financing, it helps us to address financial needs of multiple business entities by availing the financial products online and driving the financial delivery by the borrowers themselves. For example, we have a live example on this one. During the year 24-25, we just concluded June 30 of this year. We had a financial product or loan to retail and SMEs financing, and within 3 to 6 months, the loan account, we managed to manage around 500 loan accounts that we wouldn't have achieved in our formal sector, formal processes. And we have also channeled around 500 million loans within very few months. That would have been impossible had it been in the formal credit process. On the other hand, the marketplace infrastructure of Sukuku Africa creates visibility and demand integration for SMEs in order for them to sell their products in the market, to network with buyers across the world, and also to aggregate their demands as well, and to be seen as important institutions and entities for their buyers. And the embedded finance features also create lending models that are affordable and accessible to more and more SMEs across Africa. On the other hand, the public sector, in order to encourage and facilitate the adoption of the Sukuku Africa, can help by aligning their procurement systems and subsidizing digital onboarding for small vendors. The faster and the faster we integrate logistics and payments, the sooner we can unlock new markets everywhere in Africa, in the rural Africa. So thanks so much.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mark?
Yeah, what I can add is two things. One is from a data science perspective, it's given as a platform of what I call platform of platforms. It has the ability, the unique opportunity to set a unique set of data that hasn't been put together or compiled before, and which will really provide a massive new perspective in how to scale it. And I could think of from 5 data science perspective. 1, behavioral, just from a market insight and segmentation perspective. The ability to dictate anomalies from a supply chain analytics perspective, from predictive modeling to market trends. So I think from that, given the fact that it's scaled across the continent, it has no other set of a data set that will have been put together before. So I think that's a terrific opportunity. And the other one, I'll come from one of your platform is a strategic support element of Sukuku. And I'll come in from a university perspective, which it's in how that can be aligned to from a strategic support for the entrepreneurs, which is an emerging trend in academia, which is about living and learning labs. And what are living and learning labs? Essentially are collaborators environment for the creation, testing, and redefining of innovation in a real-world context. And it also provides partnership development that allows to create a network for scaling. So that strategic support platform, I think, will be essentially key as part of the overall Sukuku platforms.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mark. Sal?
Thank you. And here's what I could add to this dialogue. Sukuku Africa represents a 21st century response to a 20th century fragmentation. So as someone like myself who's in traditional banking, I see Sukuku's digital infrastructure as a crucial enabler of SME growth because it brings together critical services under one roof. Like, this is key. We're making it simple for the client. If it's easy for the client to do business under one roof, you can imagine how this can just continue to exponentially grow. So this reduces transaction costs, because we're talking about affordable financing. How can we reduce also the cost of doing business? So it reduces transaction cost, information asymmetry, and importantly, Sukuku's design is interoperable and scalable. It's making it an ideal partner for banks to distribute SME financial products. So how can governments help? Well, governments can accelerate its adoption by integrating it into the national SME strategies, offering fiscal incentives, which is a leadership role of governments, and facilitating interoperability with public service. And there's many examples of this around the world. You know, the private sector, including the banks, fintechs, and logistics firms, should see Sukuku not as a competitor, but as a partner to unlock the value in the underserved markets. This is the kind of infrastructure I think we need to support inclusive growth across the African continent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sal. What I am hearing is due to some time that we are cutting for a question. And I will pass to the Master of Ceremony. But before I do that, let me just have the key takeaway from the discussion and the remark that was done, the keynote speakers and the welcome speakers that was being made earlier, that it requires the multi-partner strategy to mobilize and deploy capital at scale for youth and women-led MSME across priority sectors such as agriculture, trade, and the green industry. Aligning with ASEA as well as also the AU development framework, including Agenda 2063, AACFTA implementation strategy, WIFI to walk the walk as well with ASEA. The complementarity is enormous between the two, and the commitment from the stakeholders, participators at the country level, and investment window, that is the other takeaway. And then now within the panelists is also the complementarity that Sokuku with the financial institutions, because business without market linkage, there is no sustainability, and there is no sustainability, then it will be a high risk also for the financial institutions. So Sokuku can be a de-risking mechanism in that regard to support the existing financial institutions. And then data-driven market, it really supports the ecosystem, the financial sectors, the traders, and collectively. And with that, I thank you for all the moderators, and let us give them applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll take it.
Can you also give one round of applause to Ato Mulualem Siyum for moderating that session with questions highly pertinent to ASEA, African Strategic Investment Alliance. That was a very high level dialogue where very important issues, including the digital platform called the Sokuku, was really analyzed, and its amazing and exciting features were discussed when we talk of inclusivity and access to especially young and women in Africa. It was a very interesting and insightful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again, all the panelists as well. We will conclude this session with concluding remarks by His Excellency Moses Vilakati, AU Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Rural Economy and Sustainable Development, who I now have the great honor to invite to the floor to give his concluding remarks. Would you please give him a warm welcome?
This was very enlightening, and thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished members of the ASEA Advisory Board, honorable ministers, esteemed partners, ladies and gentlemen, it is a profound honor to offer these concluding remarks at the close of this high-level dialogue of the African Strategic Investment Alliance. Today's deliberations have affirmed a shared understanding that the time for fragmented, short-term investment approaches is over. What Africa needs and what this moment demands is strategic coordination, continental leadership, and long-term commitment to investment frameworks that are inclusive, scalable, and rooted in African priorities. Let's look at the continental shift in investment thinking. Across the discussions, one message has echoed consistently. Africa is not lacking in opportunity. It is underconnected, undercapitalized, and under-coordinated. The Africa Strategic Investment Alliance has therefore emerged precisely to address these gaps. It is a special purpose vehicle designed to align catalytic finance with African continental free trade area priorities, with national development strategies and African Union frameworks on agriculture, infrastructure, climate, and the digital economy. ASEA is a mechanism to aggregate and mobilize blended finance, unlock private capital, and direct it where it matters the most: SMEs, women-led enterprises, youth entrepreneurs, rural cooperatives, and regional value chains. As AU Commissioner responsible for agriculture, rural development, blue economy, and sustainable development, I must stress that the success of ASEA and similar initiatives will depend on how deeply it integrates the rural majority into its investment architecture. We must ensure that our smallholder farmers are not left behind. We must also ensure that our youth in the rural areas have access to training, finance, and digital tools. We must also ensure that our rural infrastructure, starting with irrigation and storage to digital logistics, is treated as a strategic investment priority. Agriculture is not a legacy sector. It is a growth sector and a driver of food sovereignty for trade as well as for job creation. ASEA, therefore, has the potential to become the investment engine that supports the full transformation of Africa's agricultural value chains and rural economies. When we look at the digital and financial inclusion, a mandate for the AU heads of states, from the AU heads of state, I must also underscore a major milestone in our continental agenda. During the 36th ordinary session of the Assembly of the African Union heads of state and government, member states adopted the summit decision on digital and financial inclusion. This decision recognizes digital and financial inclusion as the foundational pillars for Africa's integration and industrialization. It also mandates the African Union Commission to work in partnership with relevant actors, including the AE Trade Group, to operationalize inclusive digital ecosystems. It also calls for a pan-African approach to digital identity, for cross-border payments, e-commerce, and inclusive finance, particularly for women, youth, and MSMEs. It is therefore, ASEA therefore is designed to bring the AU Summit decision to life by providing the capital structures, the governance mechanisms, and delivery partnerships needed to embed digital and financial inclusion into Africa's real economy. This alignment between AU policy decisions and ASEA investment strategy must guide us as we go forward. As we conclude, allow me to offer just 3 closing thoughts. 1, ownership is key. Africa must design, govern and drive its own investment mechanisms. We must shift from donor dependence to structured co-investment with African institutions in the lead. This reminds me of our conference in Spain, where the element of domestication of financing was echoed louder and louder. We must also look at inclusion, which is non-negotiable. If our investments do not reach women, the youth, and rural actors, they will not be transformative. We must put people, not just projects, at the center. 3, implementation must become our obsession. The frameworks are in place. What we need now is action, backed by resources, partnerships, and measurable outcomes. We are good at declarations, but we are not good at implementations. I think now is the time to implement, implement, implement. We therefore are having a new chapter in the African investment. Let us live here today, not with more declarations, but with a renewed commitment to coordinated, inclusive, and accountable investment. Let Asia be the platform through which we unlock capital, we build trust, and deliver results at the scale and speed our continent needs. I am pleased to see the high-caliber leadership that is behind this noble initiative, and I'm saying congratulations to the ASEA Advisory Board members that were announced today. On behalf of the African Union Commission, I pledge our continued support in ensuring that ASEA is fully operationalized, institutionally anchored, and delivering on its promise and mandate to finance the Africa that we want. Let us now move forward with purpose, with unity, and with conviction. I thank you.
Thank you so very much. Once again, Your Excellency Moses Vilakati, AU Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Rural Economy and Sustainable Development, for that powerful message. What keeps on ringing in his message was action, 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 and implementation. So Africa is really geared up to go ahead and implement some actionable points that he also recommended. Remember, job creation is not a target. I think it's a collective journey as we go on to create more and more jobs for youngsters in Africa. The next session, ladies and gentlemen, is the Ministerial High-Level Panel on Africa Integration theme. We will deal with consolidating AFCFTA implementation, accelerating the ratification of the Free Movement of Persons Protocol, and establishing African Union financial institutions in response to global dynamics. Remember, at the core of Africa's development agenda lies a powerful aspiration: the free movement of goods, services, people, and capital. As we gather here today, we ask ourselves, how do we move from ambition to full execution? That's the action that we've been talking about. So this panel will bring together high-level discussants, senior policymakers, and continental thought leaders to engage in a dialogue on urgency and pathways to realize Africa's full economic and social integration. So the panel will be, unfortunately, the panel moderator we have assigned has not made it to this time. So we will have Ato Mulualem Seyum coming back to stage, the founder and CEO of AE Trade, to introduce the panelists and moderate the session. This session will last only 1 hour. We'll have cut the sessions a bit shorter to be able to cover the remaining 3 panels. So please welcome Ato Mulualam Siyum once again to the stage.
Thank you very much, Master of the Ceremony. I'm just putting my place for the second time a moderator. I am replacing my colleagues, Dr. Brian, a senior trade advisor at the AUC. Let me just invite our distinguished panel. His Excellency Mohammed Maulud Mohammed Fadel, Minister of Economic Planning and Finance, Sahrawi Democratic Republic. Your Excellency, please. Dr. Stefan Karengi, Director, Macroeconomics, Finance and Governance, UNECA. Mr. Komi Tosivo, UNDP Regional Service Center in Addis Ababa. Komi. Dr. Patrick Enzana Olamo, Acting Director, Economics Development, Integration and Trade, AUC. Not here. Honorable Mamo Mihretu, Governor of the Central Bank.
May I say, instead, we have the Vice Governor, His Excellency Ato Solomon Dasta. Would you please welcome him on the stage?
Honorable. Welcome, distinguished panelists. I would like to start with Your Excellency. Just if you can give us a few words about yourself.
Thank you very much. I'm Mohammed Maulud Mohammed Fadel, Minister of Economy and Finance in Sahrawi Republic. أنا محمد مولود محمد فاضل من الجمهورية الصحراوية وزير الشؤون الاقتصادية والمالية وربما واصل الحديث في هذه الحصة باللغة العربية إذا كان ذلك ممكنا.
Thank you. Komi.
Good afternoon and thanks, CEO. My name is Komi. I'm the Senior Advisor of UNDP, Regional Bureau for Africa on Trade and Investment. I previously worked with our assistant agencies, UNCTAD in Geneva and ECA also in Addis Ababa, but have been overseeing UNDP program on FCFT over the past 4 or 5 years. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Solomon Dasta. I am Vice Governor for the National Bank of Ethiopia, Financial Institutions Supervision Wing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ato Solomon, His Excellency Ato Solomon Dasta. Let me just come back with the question that I think you have been given. Let me start with the Deputy Governor. The global dynamic and structure, that the first question that Honorable Governor that you have received. The questionnaire. Okay. 1 second. I'm sorry, Honorable Governor, I'm just juggling on the question that you have come, right?
Let me start with just a general background of Ethiopian condition. With regard to financial reform, we have very recently conducted macroeconomic reform, and some of the reform activities have resulted in fruits and so on. So the first thing that we have put in place is national strategy for national financial inclusion. The other strategy is national digital payment strategy. The third strategy is national financial education strategy. And these 3 strategies are very important for our whatever we are doing recently. For the inclusion of SMEs, MSMEs, and agriculture, we have put in place a directive that requires 5% of the disbursement, banking sector disbursement, should go to the SMEs and the agricultural sector, at least 5%. This morning, the state minister indicated that it is something like 8% excluding fertilizer funding, but I think we need to go beyond that, but that directive has played a big role over there. The other thing is to expand financial inclusion. We have put in place proclamation on movable collateral system. And also we have put in place directives that, serves to cascade the proclamation. And also we have introduced electronic, movable collateral system. And so far, so many records are being registered. The other thing is regulatory sandbox to include, to onboard the innovation and so on. As you know, our regulatory system does not incorporate all the regulatory frameworks. So to entertain those innovations coming out of our context, our regulatory framework, we are introducing regulatory sandbox system as well. The other thing is we are also working on setting up credit guarantee scheme. The scheme was already started with Ministry of Labor and Skills. Honorable Minister is already there. She knows and she did a lot on this, and we are, working with that as well. The other thing is 16 fintech companies are being licensed. So far, 16 fintechs are licensed, and these fintechs are working with banks to provide financial services like credit, saving, and so on, insurance, so on, to small borrowers. And the other thing that we need to mention is we cannot ignore the interest-free or Sharia-based financial services. In our context, I mean, as Ethiopians, we cannot ignore that while we are talking about financial inclusion. So we have, refreshed our regulatory system to bring them on board, because we have huge number of Muslim population in this country. So we are also working on that front. The other thing is we have National Financial Inclusion Council at a federal level, and then going down to regions, we have also Regional Financial Inclusion Council, and that council incorporates every farmer, the other societies, gender-based excluded societies, and so on. So everybody is, onboarded there. So we are working there. I think the moderator, Mr. Mulalam, has obtained the question, and let me go on that as well. I think the question is on fragmentation of global economic conditions and uncertainties. And given those fragmentations, what do you think? How can we bring this African continental free trade, area objectives and so on? We are highly dependent, to be frank. We have natural resources. Everybody is looking at from west, east, and the north. And we are just sitting on that resources, both human and natural resources. So African people should never live on, stretching hands on handouts. We need to use our resources. We are highly vulnerable, we are highly dependent, and our dependence comes from the fact that we are really depending on external systems in the first place. So to reduce this dependence, we need to build regional financial infrastructure, as indicated by many speakers this morning and this afternoon as well. So while we are talking about regional financial infrastructure, we need to think about the opportunities that we have. Two things we need to do. One is integration of national payment schemes, because this is the highway that we trade with each other. And the other thing is payment instruments. And these are currency convertibilities. Integration of these two things are very important. Not only integration of, payment platforms and the currency convertibilities, but also we need to exchange, innovations, and we have to work on research and development together. So one should share its experience with other, and so on. We need to work on that, because these kind of activities will have two impacts. One, reducing cost, as we were discussing this morning. Cost of intermediation, cost of financial intermediation will go down. And the other thing is the trade between, trade of goods and services among the 54 African countries will be facilitated. So when we come to Ethiopian condition, we are committed, the Ethiopian government is committed to financial sector reforms aligned with the AFCFTA like, financial access to MSMEs, as I said, and also to agriculture. I think that is all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Governor to Solomon. I'm coming back now to Komi. Komi, the topic that you know is talking about it is about a global dynamic and strengthening Africa resilience. In this Africa resilience, what do you think of the number of summit decisions, implementation of the summit decisions, the free movement, the African continental free trade areas, African financial institutions strengthening, those elements aligning the topic that we are even discussing the previous sessions and this one, that to bring that resilience within the continent. Please.
Thank you very much for the question. I think I'm going to speak maybe to give more perspective to the FCFTA agreement. This is an area we have been, as UNDP, working closely with the African Union organ and the FCFTA Secretariat to support a number of countries. We are seeing challenges currently globally when it's come even to trade integration, where some part of the world, we know countries are reinstating new tariff. Those are not convergent, for example, with some WTO rules and others. They might have their own reason, right? But we agree, I think the vice-government, and this morning a lot of high-level panelists also mentioned it. For the continent, I think we have to rely on ourselves. We have to reduce, we know, our dependence on export of commodities. So the FCFTA, I think for me, is really the way forward for the continent. I think we all agree on that. But the challenge we are seeing when it's come to the implementation, and then I think His Excellency Commissioner came in earlier with implementation. So 5 years on the road, where are we, for instance, with the FCFTA implementation? That's what business are also asking. We have our sisters, brothers from COMESA who are also working a lot on regional integration. I think we have, in terms of ratification, for instance, we are good. I will say we are good in terms of 48 ratifications when it comes to the FCFTA. Free movement of people, we know we cannot move goods without moving people freely. Few countries actually have ratified the whole protocol on free movement. So why are we not, whether ratifying quickly, or why are we not implementing those commitments that we have made as continent? We know there are some technical constraint capacity, but we also do know that the regional integration is also a process. When we take European Union, it took decades for European Union to get where we are. But we need to accelerate implementation vis-a-vis. So we are seeing, from my view, the uncertainty or the resurgence of protectionism in some part of the world today. It's a wake-up call for the continent to integrate more. And we have the AFCFTA. And so from our side at UNDP, we are supporting both the policy process through our country offices, but we are also supporting readiness of MSMEs in terms of market access, capacity building also, investment in productive capacity, and compliance to rules and regulation. So now, in the context of this specific forum, job creation, two things I want to mention. First, we still have a lot of skill gaps on the continent. If the AFCFTA is creating opportunities, do we have enough, for instance, engineers for those sectors that are coming in the AFCFTA as priority sectors? We are not talking about export of commodities anymore, coffee production anymore. We are talking about processing coffee, for instance. Some countries, yes, they are having more engineers than others. How do we facilitate the movement from those engineers from Ethiopia maybe to go and work in Gabon. So free movement coming. So I think we need to look at the overall picture and see how we integrate both our trade policy, monetary and fiscal, and the most important that will come is how do we also ensure we have stable economies and we link the regional integration effort to the peace-building process across the continent. So I think I will just stop there and then happy to come in later again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, how you view the current global landscape? How can Africa promote its resilience in challenging contexts that are the key drivers for success? Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا. في البداية أود أن أشكر الحكومة الأثيوبية ومفوضية الاتحاد الإفريقي على دعوتها لنا للحضور لهذا الملتقى الهام، وخص بالذكر السيدة الوزيرة موفريهات كامل والسيد المفوض كذلك والإخوة الوزراء الذين شاركوا معنا في هذا الملتقى وكل الفاعلين الاقتصاديين الحاضرين. السؤال مهم جدا ويطرح مسألة بناء المهارات والوصول إلى إفريقيا قوية اقتصاديا ومتحدة من خلال التكامل الاقتصادي. في الحقيقة من خلال التكامل الاقتصادي الجهوي يقال أنه لا توجد مشكلة كبيرة ولكن توجد مشكلات صغيرة، وفي الحقيقة أن كل المشكلات التي تعرض علينا يكون جيدا التفكير حولها من منطلق المناطق الجغرافية الإفريقية، ويكون كذلك ربما سهلا أن نقول بأن المناطق الجغرافية الإفريقية هي وسيلة لترسيخ التكامل الاقتصادي. ولكن أنا في الحقيقة لدي نظرة أخرى. أظن بأن التكامل الاقتصادي من خلال المناطق الجغرافية الإفريقية فيه شيء من الصعوبة. لماذا؟ لأن التكامل الاقتصادي على مستوى إفريقيا وعلى مستوى المناطق تؤثر فيه بشكل كبير السياسة، وبالتالي تكاد تكون المواقف السياسية والإرادة السياسية للحكومات لا تترجم هذه العزيمة لدى الاتحاد الإفريقي في خلق التكامل الاقتصادي من خلال المناطق. أولا هناك عوامل سياسية تتغلب على التاريخ، تتغلب على المصلحة، تتغلب على الثقافة، وتتغلب على ربما إرادة الاتحاد الإفريقي في السير نحو الاندماج الاقتصادي. هذه النقطة. النقطة الأخرى أنه المناطق الجغرافية الإفريقية وبالتالي التكامل من خلال التكامل الجهوي، التكامل الإفريقي من خلال التكامل الجهوي ما زال صعبا، لأن المناطق الجغرافية هي مناطق تنسيق وليست مناطق اتخاذ قرارات. على مستوى منطقة شمال إفريقيا أو غرب إفريقيا أو جنوب إفريقيا أو شرق إفريقيا ما زالت هذه التكتلات هي تكتلات للتنسيق وليست لاتخاذ القرارات، وبالتالي لا تؤثر على السياسات العميقة على مستوى دولها. على مستوى مثلا شمال إفريقيا انطلقت تجربة، نذكر مثلا تكتل اقتصادي حدث في شمال إفريقيا هو المغرب العربي. المغرب العربي بدأ بالعديد من الاتفاقيات الاقتصادية والثقافية والتعليمية والتجارية، ولكن لم يتم تطبيق أي اتفاقية من هذه الاتفاقيات. كذلك على مستوى شمال إفريقيا، منطقة شمال إفريقيا من المناطق الأقل تبادل في كل المعاني، التبادل الاقتصادي، التبادل السياسي، الثقافي إلى آخره. وبالتالي ما زالت المناطق بعيدة عن أنها تعكس أولا الميثاق الاتحاد الإفريقي، وتعكس المعاهدات الإفريقية الكبرى والمشاريع الإفريقية الكبرى. وبالتالي هذه التحديات توجد أمام المناطق الإفريقية. ما هي المشكلات المطروحة؟ إرادة الحكومات، مشكل حركة الأفراد، لأنه حركة الأفراد لا تضمن فقط بإلغاء التأشيرات، ولكن بالبنية التحتية، ضمان البنية التحتية التي تسهل التنقل من خلال النقل الجوي، من خلال القطارات، من خلال الطرق، من خلال وسائل النقل. كذلك لا توجد تعاملات سهلة ما بين البنوك، توجد عملات مختلفة، يوجد اختلاف كبير في القوانين فيما يخص التشغيل، فيما يخص التملك، فيما يخص حركة الأموال، فيما يخص الاتصالات، فيما يخص التشريعات والعلاقات البينية ما بين الدول. هناك مشكل في عدم احترام الحدود الموروثة عن الاستعمار مثلا. هناك تباين اقتصادي كبير بين الاقتصادات. نجد منطقة مثلا، هناك دولة بترولية، هناك دولة تعتمد على الزراعة، هناك دولة تعتمد على السياحة، ولكن لا يوجد نوع من الانسجام ونوع من التكافل الاقتصادي. تباين في وضعية اليد العاملة والطلب على اليد العاملة. هناك دول لديها يد عاملة وفيرة، هناك دول تنقصها اليد العاملة. وبالتالي ما زالت المناطق على مستوى إفريقيا ما زالت غير فعالة في امتصاص اليد العاملة وخلق الشغل الشامل أو الشغل البيني. نحن نتحدث عن التجارة البينية، ولكن لا نتحدث عن الشغل البيني. كيف أنه اليد العاملة في دولة تمتصها دولة مجاورة مثلا. هناك مشكلات في التأخر في التحول الرقمي، هناك تباين في التكنولوجيا، هناك تباين في حركة الأموال. وبالتالي هناك ندعو إلى إرادة سياسية حقيقية صادقة تعبر عنها الدول في المناطق من أجل خلق شروط التكامل الاقتصادي الجهوي، وبالتالي نخلق فرص اقتصادية ونساهم في تنفيذ الخطط الكبرى، منها اتفاقية التجارة الحرة الإفريقية، ومنها خطة 2063 وخطة التحول الاقتصادي التحول الرقمي الإفريقي، وخطة التكامل الاقتصادي. كل هذه يجب أن تكون المناطق في إفريقيا، المناطق الجغرافية، واعية بخوض معركتها قبل أن تكون معركة على مستوى الاتحاد الإفريقي بشكل عام.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Let me just give now properly to the Honorable Deputy Governor, Ato Solomon. Given that your experience in the sector, the international financial architect was built for certain context. That are the strategy that African countries consider in order to ensure that we retain financial stability as African countries. Despite this headwind, do you have any recommendations on how to strengthen macroeconomics convergence between African countries? Thank you.
Thank you, Atom Alam. First of all, we need to recognize trust as backbone of the financial, any financial system for that matter. Because financial system usually depends on trust, public public, confidence on that system. So in order to build that, in order to build trust, we need to work on certain areas. We need trust in regulation. Our regulatory system has to be trusted. And institutions, financial institutions also need to be trusted. And third, the cross-border systems also need to be trusted. Unless this trust is well developed, then the integration of financial system may not be that easy. As central banks, we need to focus in certain areas. One, interoperability of our systems. One system needs to speak to the other so that, the flow of goods and services will be facilitated. The other thing is, once the AFCFTA is in place, then the next thing to do is to work on financial architecture. Once we know our resources, our priorities, our weaknesses and strengths and so on, then we have to work on roadmap, where to start and where to end the first phase of development, integration development, so that financial architecture will allow us to fund African developments with African capital. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Governor. I now open a question to the floor. Do you have a mic? There is one question down here. Who has a mic? Right here. Please give us your name and your organization. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Gerida Alamurk from Africa in Change Media Production. I'm co-founder. So my question is for AFCFTA. So as you know, we Africans are multilingual and we don't have a single passport, African passport, the one that we failed to implement on 2018. So before we managed to make one passport in Africa and having common language and fintechs, which are common currencies, how can we manage to, trade everywhere in Africa? There are a lot of things that we ratify so far, I know. I'm so happy for the steps that you managed to succeed, but my doubt is, are we really managed to do those things with before one passport and actually fintechs and language barriers? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another question over there.
Thank you very much. My name is Mansour Ahmed from Nigeria. I represent the Pan-African Manufacturers Association. The Honorable Minister, I think from Egypt, spoke to the issue of integration within the regional blocks and clearly pointed out the fact that even at that level, integration has not made significant progress in some of the regions. Is it then perhaps wise for the continental institutions, AFCFTA, AUC, etc., to continue to pursue continental integration when integration at the regional level is not taking place? Would it not be perhaps better, and I would like to hear the comments of the panelists, for these institutions to put priority on achieving integration at the regional levels and then move on to integrate the regions? I said this because, for instance, in the West African region, at least in the area of movement of people, we have achieved some level of integration, but I'm not sure it is the same with other regions. If we can get all the 6 regions to integrate, and that will give us a system where, for instance, you may need only 1 visa to go to any country in West Africa or East Africa or North Africa, at least we will have a situation where you need only 6 visas to go around Africa than 54 visas. I believe that we need to be realistic about what is possible. And until we integrate our people, until we integrate the regions in terms of people, it will be very difficult to see how integration in financial systems, in monetary system, in perhaps regulatory systems can speed. Africa needs to move much, much more quickly, and therefore we need to put priorities in those areas that will accelerate what we are trying to achieve, which is the integration of the continent and the development of a single market. Thank you.
Any other question? Please.
Thank you very much. My name is Bernard Mulenda. I am the CEO of Action for Development of Africa, which is a Pan-African development organization. My question is direct to the Deputy Governor of the bank, Ethiopian Bank. With the experience that you have, how can the regional organization be the collateral of any kind of financial support when it comes to financing a program or project which is including different young or cooperative of youth or women, because most of the youth, they are getting or blocked because of the collateral. But how can we put the different facilities such as in regional project to be the collateral so that whoever who is getting money from any financial institution can feel like secure or guaranteed that the investment will be back? Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the 3 questions. I think I've been pressured by the Master of Ceremony that we have another session. Let us just give it the 3 questions to respond. I will start with the Deputy Governor Ato Solomon.
Thank you, dear moderator. In fact, banks or any other financial institutions are not supposed to lend only against collateral. They are supposed to grade their borrowers, and while there is huge risk, they may need for a second way out, that is asset, collateral. Otherwise, based on the cash flow of the borrower, they need to give, without any collateral, based on creditworthiness of the borrower. When it comes to your particular question, currently we have digital credit. The 16 institutions, fintechs that I mentioned earlier, are working hand in hand with banking and the microfinance system, so that they do all the scoring of our behavior, or our what we do and what we think and what where we are and where we spend our time and so on. Based on that collateral, physical scoring and so on, based on AI methodologies, they avail credits, small credits, not in millions and billions and so on, but small credits are available to cooperatives and small borrowers as well. The other thing is, as I mentioned, we are working on a credit guarantee scheme. This scheme means, the financial institutions are not the only ones taking risk. The government may share the risk. The borrower may share the risk. The lender may share the risk. The development partners may also share the risk, so that the risk is shared by everybody. In that case, there will be very little risk, and that may not call for any need for collateral or any other thing. So there are any other also innovations emerging out of technologies and so on. So there is ample opportunities to give credits to small borrowers without any collateral. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Governor Ato Solomon. I now come to Komi.
Thanks, CEO. Interesting question. One on issue around free movement passport. I know we have our brother and sister from AUC that might debrief you more where we are with the single passport. But from my view and the work we are doing, we do not have single passport, but we are exporting massively our raw commodity to global markets. We don't travel easily to global markets, but we still export. So basically, the question is, do we have market on the continent for made in Africa products? For instance, in Ethiopia, very good leather products. A few years ago, we took some business to South Africa. In 1 week, there was a business from Ethiopia who got the order of 4,000 leather bags. So what is true is the markets are here. Now, there are several, as you know, lines of integration, right? Tariff is just one. Free movement. But I don't believe we should wait for this or that. We should move. Of course, removing tariff might be easier. We are talking about even removing barriers on services trading, for instance. That one take more time because it involves a lot when it's come to regulation around services, for instance. So just to give some simple example, we are working with one big supermarket in Southern Africa as part of our UNDP, what we call Supply Development Portfolio. They need a number of agricultural products they want to source from the region. So what they're asking us, for instance, is can we support some MSMEs, beef up their capacity to be able to supply them with these specific items? So they are, in Southern Africa, they will be using whether SACU, SADC, or COMESA free trade arrangement through that support. So I think we have to move. Are we moving fast like we are requested to? maybe not. How do we accelerate effort towards implementing our various agreements? I think that's why the call again is implementation, implementation, implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claude. Let's just give it up, Claude Osborne. Honorable Minister, I think some of the question has been addressed to you, specifically in the area of similar questions on the integration, on multi-financial and mechanism and currency. Please, if you can chip in. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا للإخوة والأخوات الذين وجهوا أسئلة. في البداية أود أن أساند تدخل صديقي من نيجيريا، بحيث أنه قدم مشكل بشكل أوضح مشكلة المناطق والفارق الذي ما زال قائما ما بين المقررات على مستوى الاتحاد الإفريقي وانعكاسها على مستوى المناطق الجغرافية في إفريقيا. وبالتالي أنا أقول بأنه لا بد من خلق الثقة ما بين الدول في نفس المنطقة. توجد مشكل ثقة، والثقة هي معرقل للاقتصاد وللتبادلات الاقتصادية. من جهة أخرى لا بد أن نحث المناطق على تطبيق مقررات الاتحاد الإفريقي وخططه الكبرى على مستوى المنطقة، لأنه دائما التطبيق تطالب به الدولة ولكن لا تطالب به المنطقة. نحن لا بد الاتحاد الإفريقي أن يطالب المناطق بأن تبذل مجهود في تطبيق المقررات على مستواها كمنطقة. من جهة أخرى لا بد من نخلق مؤشر على مستوى المنطقة. لا بد أن نبحث هذه المؤشرات، مؤشر خلق العمل على مستوى المنطقة، منطقة شرق أو غرب أو شمال أو جنوب أو وسط إفريقيا. ما هو مؤشر العمل في هذه المنطقة؟ خلق العمل. ما هو مؤشر النمو الاقتصادي للكل؟ ما هو مؤشر الاندماج الاقتصادي؟ ما هو مؤشر البطالة؟ ما هو مؤشر الاندماج المالي؟ وبالتالي هذه المؤشرات يجب أن تتقدم على مستوى المنطقة الواحدة. كم هي المعاهدات الفعلية التي يوقع عليها برلمانات دولتين في منطقة واحدة؟ أظن أن المعاهدات الثنائية في نفس المنطقة ليست كثيرة. وبالتالي الاندماج الاقتصادي من خلال المنطقة الجغرافية ممكن، ولكن ما زال لا يحظى بالاهتمام وبالإجراءات القانونية والإجرائية المطلوب. من حيث التمويل الثنائي، وعلى كل حال التمويل الثنائي يكون مفهومه يا إما أكثر من طرف، أكثر من دولة، أكثر من بنك، ربما تعاون القطاع العام مع القطاع الخاص. كل هذا ما زال فيه تحديات كبيرة. القوانين تصعب كثيرا، وكذلك مشكل التكنولوجيا، بمعنى كل ما سرعنا في الفينتك يعني في التكنولوجيا المالية يسهل علينا عملية الإجراءات فيما يتعلق بالتمويلات الثنائية. وأكيد بأنه هناك فرص كبيرة فيما بين الدول، فيما بين القطاع العام والخاص، فيما بين الدول الجارة، فيما بين البنوك الجارة. ولا شك بأن كل هذه طرق تساعد في خلق النسيج الاقتصادي المكثف وخلق المصلحة الاقتصادية. نحن نعرف بأن ما بعد الحرب العالمية الثانية في أوروبا اشتغلت أوروبا كثيرا على خلق المصلحة فيما بين الدول الأوروبية، بحيث أنها تسعى إلى القضاء على احتمالية النزاعات المسلحة نظرا لترابط شبكات الكهرباء، ترابط شبكات الاتصالات، ترابط البنوك، ترابط المطارات، ترابط يعني هذه الشبكة هي التي ستخلق المصالح، وهي التي ستسعى لخلق النمو الاقتصادي الذي يخلق الشغل للشباب ولأبناء القارة الإفريقية ويخلق التقدم الاقتصادي. وشكرا.
Excellent. Thank you, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I think the key highlight here is all about, I just want to say 3 words: implementation, implementation, implementation. The free movement is one of the instruments to enable us to have free trade. Goods need to be moved freely, human beings need to be moved freely, and all the instruments are there already in place. But what we need is just to implement those instruments that is there. And also, policy alone is not enough. The private sector also need to be involved. You have the opportunity. The ASEFTA, many of the decisions already implemented. Decisions are already put in place. But it is you, the private sector, now to take it up. That within the continent that trade can happen. You just need to do the market, the research, and take that opportunities, and let's kickstart together. I think this is what I am taking it. And thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Governor. Thank you very much, my brother Komi. Honorable Ministers, it was a great pleasure to meet you, and thank you so much for the excellent intervention. Let's do it out loud, please.
Please continue clapping also for Ato Mulalim Siyum, who I probably think is the busiest man today, coming on stage repeatedly for moderating the sessions. And thank you so much. He's also, of course, one of the key organizers of this event. So a pertinent person to moderate many sessions I take. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. Something has come to my attention by Her Excellency, Madam, from the African Union. There was this issue of using local currencies for transactions within certain regions, and the African Union has already put in place an instrument where people can use or can transact with using local currencies within a certain network area. I'm not an expert on this, but it's opening up already and making it easy for people to transact using their local currencies, especially using digital options. Did I say it right? Yes. PAF. That's what it's called. So you can look it up, and I'm sure you'll learn a great deal. Thank you so much, Madam, for coming forward. Again, afternoon. If you really feel like having a coffee, this is not a formal coffee break because we're trying to save some time, but slowly you might sneak out and have your coffee or stretch your leg and come back. Please don't all of you go out at once, please, because we're moving into the next session, which is a very dynamic plenary conversation exploring how regional integration is not only an aspiration, but a powerful engine for private sector growth, investment flow, and industrial competitiveness. A session on regional integration as a catalyst for businesses, business and investment in Africa. This session is moderated by Ms. Treasure Mafanga, who is Chief Operating Officer at AE Trade Group. If I may give a bit of more information about her, Ms. Treasure Tembisile Mafanga has dedicated her career towards poverty reduction, establishing an enabling environment for private sector development, trade, investment, and industry. She was former Director for Trade and Industry at the African Union Commission, now Chief Operating Officer at AE Trade Group. So please give her a warm welcome. Treasure, I'll leave the floor for you. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I know it's the afternoon, but I want to promise you a very engaging conversation because I have an esteemed panel that is going to activate this discussion, which has already been introduced. So before we go further, I would like to invite to join me on the podium Dr. Abdi Zenebe, who is the Deputy Director General for the Institute of Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia. You're most welcome. Please give him a round of applause. As next is our esteemed AE Trade Group Board member, Ms. Paulina Elago. Paulina is the former SACU Executive Secretary, and we are also honored to have her here with us today. And I'm informed that we had the State Minister on our program, but maybe due to other engagements, is there a replacement perhaps for Dr. Ayob? From the Ministry of Finance. Oh, Ministry of Finance. Yes, thank you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, please. And we have Mr. Boyki Tema, who is the chairman of the Agriculture Sector Business Botswana and also chairman of Access Bank Botswana. So we're also honored to have you with us, Mr. Tema. The next two speakers, I hope they are close by. Mr. Charles Kahutu, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the East African Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture. He hails from Arusha, where the headquarters is located. And last but not least, Engineer Ahmed Mansour, who is the interim president of the Pan-African Manufacturing Association. So you can see, ladies and gentlemen, I've got really an exciting lineup of public and private sector leaders to animate this discussion. Do we have enough chairs? Yes, we do? Oh, good, good. I was just worried. So without taking much time, I just want to start by making a few comments as Engineer Mansour takes the floor. And from, yes, thank you. I'm very delighted to hear that we are joined by Atomalai Weldu, who is head of Tax Policy Department in the Ministry of Finance. So very important people, the Ministry of Finance. So we're very happy to have you with us. So ladies and gentlemen, as we settle down and start our conversation, I wanted to just say briefly how we have heard echoes since the beginning of this forum, how important this instrument that has been bestowed upon us by our leaders, the African Continental Free Trade Area, is. And we know that a great deal of effort has gone into crafting this policy instrument, a binding treaty of African nations who want to create a market where business opportunities can be unlocked. If I had more time, I would say a few more words, but I don't. I want to cut straight to the chase and ask our distinguished panelists to basically just engage with us on, a couple of points about what they believe this AFCFTA means to them. So I'm going to switch things around because it's late. I don't want to speak to a script. Yes.
Take a moment. Yes. Introducing the panelists. I'm sorry, I'm barging in to call on some people who are on the parallel session. Only people whose names appear on the agenda for the parallel session on synergies and strategies for action towards deepening integration. Please join us at Hidase Hall. You go out of this hall and you go one stair up or upstairs. It's right on the left. Dr. Jean-Denis Gabikimi, Dr. Zerubbabel Getachew, Ambassador Salvador Matata, His Excellency Jean-Jacques Damafoth, Mr. M. Billy Amadou, Miss Valentine Abegonho Tunde, Ambassador Maureen Adihimbo Achieng, and Miss Ethel Serengo. Would you please join us at Hidase Hall? And we also have Ambassador Amina Selman joining this. Only those people, please go to Hidase Hall upstairs outside this hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that important announcement. So I come back to this esteemed panel and start the first question. And I'm going to suggest that I will just ask each of you to come in, one after the other, to talk to one important question. You know, we've heard a lot about the importance of accelerating implementation today. And in the context of the AFCFTA, we all know that there are some critical barriers and obstacles that need to be dismantled. We're talking about ensuring that we accelerate the implementation of cross-border infrastructure, which could be a barrier, as well as harmonize regulatory frameworks to reduce this fragmentation that we currently experience as a continent. What this is all about is asking really the question, how do we make Africa a more attractive investment destination? What ideas do we have that we would like to share with the audience and make as a recommendation? Because we know that if we can spur investments on a larger scale, we will be creating jobs. And this discussion is ultimately about that. So I will turn to the distinguished panelists on my list and ask you, please can you share with us your thoughts on this first question? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. It's quite an extensive topic you have raised. And it is a very interesting day. I'm sure most of us have engaged in one way or the other on the issue of integration. Integration in the African agenda, as an African agenda, has a very long history, as we all know, at all levels, whether at the intergovernmental level or at a regionalization level for policy-related issues, and as well as for regionalization levels, when we try to bring about societal level integration. Always there is one issue that stands out very clearly. That is to make Africa conducive to attract businesses and also to encourage intra-Africa trade. I think that the technologies that today we have, and also the appetite and the determination that we are witnessing, even today in the morning, it clearly shows that the time has come. The silver linings I took from this gathering today is the importance of integration, coming together as a paramount important element. Second, and most importantly as well, this is time for action. The implementation issue raised by Excellency Minister is, I think, a very important element. When it comes to our experience in the Ethiopian case, the foreign affairs sector as a sector, highly involved in integration diplomacy. At the regional level, we are highly involved. Ethiopia, as you know, plays a very important role at the sub-regional schemes like IGAD, as well as the continental initiative like the Continental Free Trade Agreement. What we strongly believe is that these development corridors and such initiatives are not limited to the concerns of trade or simple infrastructure, but they are important political instruments that serve multiple issues that concern the continent, both issues concerning to peace, stability, as well as development. So these are a very important element. And also we will see a growing commitment at the continental level or at the sub-regional level. Also from our government side, there is a strong connection between what is a national concern is highly attached to the regional aspiration, the continental aspiration. So we are trying to carve out the link between how we can best serve our national interests through a very enhanced regional integration. So these are very important elements, especially in trying to create a conducive environment where business can come, where businesses can thrive, where we project confidence by coming together, by harmonizing our policies. We can de-risk the challenges that business might experience. When there is de-risking and businesses come. And there are very much fortunate elements like digital trade and other things that can be used as a catalyst to attract businesses. But the appetite on our part of the world, at Africa at large, is very much growing to ensure, to create a conducive environment where business can come from outside, also at the same time where we can encourage intra-Africa trade at higher level. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that powerful start. I think you need to give him a round of applause. You've raised a number of critical questions and points, and I'm hearing strongly about the coherence between national and regional policies and their implementation and what that can do for business and unlocking opportunities. I'd like to turn to our next panelist, Ms. Lago. What's your take on this particular topic? What would you like to add or take away, maybe have a different perspective, as you wish?
Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to everyone.
I just want to pick up on the point of coherence, policy coherence, because often we sign regional agreements and then there is a disconnect between regional and national development ambitions. As a result, you find that implementation that we are talking about is lacking because of that disconnect. So I think what is critical is to ensure that there's that coherence between national, regional ambitions, to ensure that the implementation plans and strategies are aligned and resources are also mobilized. Resources, stakeholders are mobilized with a clear line of sight towards that one common goal, which is both at a regional, continental, as well as national level. Often that is what is missing. And the other thing is also just about partnerships, really. We had earlier on, the AFCFTA is signed, is ratified, now implementation. But then again, who drives that? Is it government only? Is it private sector? Then there's a need for a strong partnership between private sector, government, and also regulators to ensure that, again, the conducive environment that we are talking about is actually created with that common vision in mind to be able to effect implementation. Because often what we find is that, we have lack of harmonization of policies. Again, the regulatory environment is not conducive because there is multiple regulations in countries that need to be harmonized. You have obviously key instruments that are signed, but then when you bring it down to the national level, that's where you find something lacking, because in each country they have disjointed or competing, often conflicting regulations. So we need to ensure that this harmonization really takes place. From my experience, both just over the years of practicing as a trade expert and also most recently as Executive Secretary of SACU, I've come to appreciate the value of harmonization of policy. And I'm saying that based on some of the projects that we have actually also undertaken. For example, the whole issue of information, digitization of information, digitization. You can talk about that, but if the regulatory framework is not conducive to that, then it would actually inhibit your ambitions to actually achieve the goals of digital transformation, or even talking about paperless environment. How can we talk about a paperless environment if we have, regulations that are not talking to each other, to actually allow for sharing of information, real time, for example, which is what we have had as a challenge in SACU, for example, where we created instruments, but then we realized that the regulatory environment is not allowing us to do so. So we need to sometimes go back to the basics to ensure that we are able to facilitate implementation. I think that's quite critical, but most importantly really is a partnership element, private sector, public sector, and all other key stakeholders, to really ensure that we are all aligned and mobilized along the same vision to be able to implement the agreements. And then we'll see value. We'll see value in the reduction of cost to trade. We see value in the reduction of impediments to trade. That are the very same, restrictions that have limited intra-Africa trade. And for us to have a successful AFCFTA implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for, I think we also need to applaud this very insightful experience sharing and reflection, which I think also you raised an important question, which I want to hook into, and that is, who drives implementation of the AFCFTA? And I'm going to turn to the private sector leaders. We have 3 of them on this panel. From Botswana, one is at the regional level, EAC, and the other one is at the continental level in terms of Pan-African manufacturers. Gentlemen, what would you say when you are given the gauntlet? Now the AFCFTA is done, the instruments are in place. What is the African private sector doing? Are you doing anything that is of note? Who wants to take the challenge first?
Thank you very much. A lot is happening in Southern Africa that we're witnessing. I think we should not beat ourselves too much. There are a lot of things that we need to celebrate. Those who know Botswana will know that it's sandwiched between the great nations of South Africa, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Namibia. And a lot has happened. There's already harmonization of borders between Namibia and Botswana, where we have really made an effort of taking away passports. Now we use identity cards to cross borders. In Zambia, we've got a one-stop. Yeah. Between Botswana and Zambia, we've got a one-stop immigration and customs place because of with the construction of the Kazungula Bridge. In South Africa, there are currently a lot of discussions that are happening. As you may well be aware, there was a bit of issues regarding the restriction of vegetables between countries because obviously some countries wanted to protect their infant industries. But what we have realized that we need to anchor on partnerships right now. And when you're talking about the AfCFTA agreement, we are talking about establishing businesses across both borders. And obviously, taking advantage of the skill sets that exist across borders, whether it's Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe has a lot to offer in terms of skills. South Africa has got a lot to offer in terms of agricultural skills. Botswana has a lot to offer in terms of financial stability and democracy, and obviously exchange controls where we are not restricted to expatriate funds. So each country has got individual strengths that support this effort. So we talk about implementation. I think we must start talking about measurement and management, right? What you measure, you can manage better, and measurement focuses the mind. I think this is the discussion that we need to take forward about now measuring the efforts that we have made. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. This is really exciting. And I can see already the next mic is burning. Come in, please.
No, I just wanted to actually support what Botswana is saying and they are doing. Of course, I know about Botswana. But I can tell you also that as East African Chamber, we also sit on the board of the Africa Business Council. That's a continental body that was actually established, created by the very heads of state that established Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And we chair the Technical Committee on Corridors and Connectivity. And one of the things we are doing at this point is actually to try to look at all the transport corridors we have in Africa. As we know, transport corridors are really trade facilitation tools. And most of us have not really come to think of them about that way. Even for us, we have 2 corridors, I think 3 corridors in East Africa. If we look at Djibouti to Ethiopia, on to to Juba and so on, the northern corridor one from Mombasa all the way to Miadas to Rwanda on to DRC, and the central corridor that actually meanders from actually Dar es Salaam going into the hinterland to Zambia and elsewhere. All these corridors, we were not looking at them that way. We have started thinking about them mainly because of the AfCFTA. Because we can see AfCFTA will not work without movement freely of goods, services, and people, And that is not the only point. The point is, these corridors have been there forever. And we never thought that, in fact, they had any importance to any country, Now I know that Central Corridor is actually the pipeline to Zambia, truly, for petroleum products at least, and other hinterland countries. The Northern Corridor really supports DRC. That's how it receives this fuel and so on. Now, how else could AfCFTA work if we didn't have those corridors? So we are really working progressively to make sure that people understand this, and we are going to sensitize. In fact, I have a program on the table. I was discussing with the European Union whether they can help us fund it to bring the wider private sector together who are impacted upon by these corridors, because they need to know the importance of how better they can be as business people and as countries by economic empowerment because of the interactions that these corridors are bringing about. So, in essence, Africans are doing something. In the past, these corridors were established by nations, member states of the African Union, without the inclusion of the African private sector. And in fact, that is the challenge we have posed to these African heads of state. At least I have done that in the region, and I have 14 countries I'm controlling which have corridors crisscrossing across them, and I'm looking at them as very crucial trade facilitation tools. So they can respond to the African Continental Free Trade Area, even without our thinking about that. But we are going to do something about that, Tresha, and I think your interventions also, we don't want to talk about them because I know you will discuss about that in another session within this particular panel. But let me say, you are bringing us here is something that actually is opening our eyes. We can hear what now Gaborone are doing. And of course, I know what West Africans are doing. I'm sure my brother here wants to say something about it. But I can tell you, African private sector are really engaging and fully engaging to make sure that we implement this big opportunity that has been brought about by AFCFTA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, very promising and exciting to hear that the foundations have been laid and that we have assets and possibilities to exploit, and that the private sector has strategies that they're putting forward on how we can move forward with implementation of the AFCFTA. I want to turn to my brother, Engineer Mansour. You not only come from West Africa, for me, you come from all over the continent. What would you add to this conversation?
Thank you very much, Treasure. I want to move the conversation away from what it's becoming is like the private sector and the public sector on different sides trying to see who is doing what. That's not the issue. The issue of African development, the issue of driving African intra-African trade and African trade generally is not an issue of two parties. It's an issue that has to be done by both parties. The roles are different. The government, the public sector sets the stage, and the private sector now operates what is already set. And I believe that what the comment I made, which perhaps provoked this issue of challenge, was that if we can identify what the public sector can do, which of those protocols that have been signed will have the most impact on driving the private sector to trade more, we should put some priority on this. I'm not saying that you should leave everything else. All the protocols that have been signed are absolutely necessary protocols for expanding trade, for enabling integration, and for enabling growth of the African continent. But clearly, there are some protocols that have immediate impact. There are some protocols that will take time. We talked about infrastructure. Everybody knows to get the infrastructure that Africa needs today is simply something that will take time. And we just have to accept that time. But we still have to continue to promote trade in spite of the fact that the infrastructure we want ultimately is not there. Now, let me talk about the movement about people. I'll give you an example. Last week, the Pan-African Manufacturers Association, in alliance with, indeed, COMESA, is that right? And the AFBC, put together a trade mission with a number of people, a number of businesses from Egypt and from other places coming to Nigeria to begin to explore business opportunities on the sideline of the Afri-Exim Bank annual meeting. There are supposed to be about a dozen of these visitors into Nigeria. About 3 of them could not come. I called one of them personally, I said, what's happening? He said, well, I've applied for a visa, I've done everything, I have paid, I'm waiting for the visa, and this thing is starting tomorrow and I haven't got the visa. I called our colleagues in the immigration department. They said, the visa has been issued, but maybe it's the connectivity. Maybe it will drop by tonight. Ultimately, the visa dropped 2 days after the event has finished. Now, we're not blaming the organizers of AFCFTA and for that. What you're saying is that the system has not started working the way we want. And that was why I said, perhaps if we had a situation in other regions, like we have in ECOWAS, where today I don't need a visa to go into any ECOWAS country. And I believe that it is also easier for other regions to do the same. Then what we will have, a situation where what you need a visa is like Schengen. You need a visa to go into East Africa, you need a visa to go into North Africa, and so you need only 6 visas instead of 54 visas. And that makes sense because it will improve it. Now, the key role of the private sector, the way I see it, is that if the conditions improve, if the conditions for trading improve, which include all the protocols we have signed, then the private sector will move more. We'll get to engage each other more and will trade more. And that is how trade will grow. When I asked one of the people from Egypt that came to Nigeria, when was the last time you was in Nigeria? He said, I've never been there. So how many people do you know in Nigeria? I don't know anybody. Have you done any business in Nigeria? Well, yeah, through contact, I have exported and imported. But clearly, what we want is Africans across the regions, across the continent, to know each other sufficiently, to be able to build the kind of confidence that allow us to invest together and to do business together and to grow the continental economy together. Until we do that, integration is not complete. Now, let me say this. AFCFTA has been tremendous success because, as somebody said, it took Europe about 30 years to get to where AFCFTA is today, so that you have all the protocols signed and everybody agreed what needs to do, what needs to be done. But clearly, until what needs to be done is done, we have not finished. So that's why it's very important to understand the role the private sector can play and to create the conditions that will enable the private sector to play that role effectively. Because until that role is played, clearly the goal of AFCFTA and the goal of Agenda 2063 will hardly be achieved. I believe that one of the key things we have to do in Africa is to scale up the capacity to produce, particularly to produce manufactured goods. Because today, globally, 66% of all trade is done in manufactured goods. So if we're only producing 2% of that trade, we're not there. And if we really want to be in the global trading environment as equal partners, we need to accelerate this process very, very fast. And therefore, the idea that we need to move fast really must not be seen as criticizing those who are driving this idea. So I'll stop here before. Thank you.
Thank you. I gave you enough time because you speak with such passion, which is, I think, very practical experience and wisdom from what works. And in the end, you are breaking it down, not to the theories, but to the actual nuts and bolts of what it takes. And I really think one of the things that struck me was this aspect of knowing each other. On Sokoku, for example, which is a platform that everybody's talked about, for me the biggest revelation was that people were saying, oh, we didn't know that in Ethiopia they're producing this. Now we can see it on Sokoku. We didn't know that Nigeria was producing this. So just discovering what products we already have, I think, is a start. But you are highlighting so many important points. And I've let the regulator sit as they normally do, observe the market, and then come in and say, this is what we can do to achieve the national strategies and goals. So I'd like to ask our esteemed panelists from the Ministry of Finance, especially in your sector, or even broader, because your remit is looking at development as a whole. What are your thoughts as you're listening to this conversation? What could be done, not just Ethiopia, but across the continent? What could be done differently by regulators to really unlock and accelerate these market opportunities?
Thank you, moderator, and good afternoon, everyone. I think many has been said regarding the implementation of, the infrastructure and whatsoever. So we are hearing about the implementation, how implementation is critically important. So I think what's critically important is one, as it has been said, the investment in infrastructure is critically important, just to really connect African countries. Actually, I want to mention here some points from Ethiopia, because it's good also to talk what really we are doing in practice. So infrastructure is not only as we say it in words. It's critically important, and in Ethiopia we are implementing it. Like I can mention the Ethiopian Airlines that we are expanding that very well, I think, and the railway connecting Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, and other countries, and also the development of these dry ports, because these are critically important for trade and investment. So infrastructure is critically important. So one thing which is critical is we need to be realistic, and we need to focus and prioritize infrastructure. That's critically important, because that will reduce the cost of investment. Also, the investment on energy, which is critically important. A huge part of our budget is being allocated to. So infrastructure is critically important, and that's what we are doing, and we hope that other African countries are doing the same, because unless we act all together, it's going to be very difficult to ensure this integration. The other thing is reducing cost of investment or doing business. And in that case, I think we can talk about the standardization of policies, because especially when we talk about these small businesses, they don't have the capacity to search out, the policies in 54 countries, and they cannot trade. So if we harmonize them, if we move faster into action, so then it will be very easy for them to access them and to understand quickly, because they have to not refer 54 policies. So reducing cost of trade, like trade barriers and so on, are critically important, I think. On the other thing which I haven't heard maybe is, as I am also from the Ministry of Finance, is, at this time, domestic resource mobilization is critically important. So, we are talking about a lot of things, infrastructure and so on and so on. But without finance, it's going to be critically important, especially these days. Mobilizing resources is becoming very critical, because there is no loan, there is no aid, it's very expensive. So we need to make sure that we mobilize resource. And, as an African also, we shouldn't follow this, race to the bottom. When we need to improve our investment conditions, but that should not be at the cost of our domestic resource mobilization, because what's critically important is infrastructure. So that infrastructure, we need to mobilize resources and make sure that our investment is sustainable and quality. Last and critically important, I think, is, we need to also make sure that our domestic policies are, favorable. We can mention this making information easily accessible, as I have mentioned. Also, like in Ethiopia, for instance, we have what we call this MASOP. It's an information system. It's at the center, so everyone can access any information. The government service can be provided from one center. So that also is critically important. But also our tax system as an African also is critically important. We need to evaluate our policies. In Ethiopia, what we are doing is we are evaluating, we are trying to mobilize resources, domestic resource mobilization, but that is in line with investment, creating conducive environment for the investment. So we used to have, for instance, our tax system has been very complex for the SMEs, and we make it very simple and very progressive, which is going to be enforced, I hope, soon. So that's critically important. And also there are some areas, some tax types, for instance, from my experience, for instance, if you take, for instance, value-added taxation, you know, we, for instance, exempt some products, some services. But exemption means, you know, it will have some taxes on the input. So that product or that service is not free from VAT. But when it is being imported, it is zero tax. So, you know, we are doing, you know, at the cost of our SMEs and business. So we need to evaluate our policies and make sure that it's favorable. We are building on our SMEs, so whatever we create, they can jump in, they can swim in the markets that we are going to create. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think he also deserves a round of applause, because what I also learned is that you are listening, observing, studying, and analyzing, and then adapting to create that conducive environment. It's very encouraging, and I think the dialogue, and I like the point that it's not us and them. We're doing it together. We have to do that, and each one has something to contribute in terms of roles and responsibilities. We're running out of time, so I had another question, but I'm not going to ask, because I think if there's anyone in the audience who stayed here long enough, they probably have a burning question or a comment. Can we take one or two before we wrap up? Because I think they may actually, and if you do take the floor, introduce yourself and tell us who the question is directed to. And that way we can ensure that they respond. Thank you. Anybody at all? Yes, I see a gentleman in the middle, yes. And also there's a lady. Is there somebody on the? Two, okay, yes, thank you. We'll take the two.
Okay.
There's also a lady in the middle. Sorry, I don't want to leave you out. That is important. So three. Yes, thank you. Please go ahead.
It's really a wonderful opportunity to have it, and I thank all of you. My question goes related with African free continental trade. So my question is really not a question, just a cry for action. Just call for action, including Ethiopia and the rest of Africa. I am national coordinator of Coalition of Civil Society. We are to start our Ethiopian platform. So my question is, what is really being done and to be done to make this wonderful and amazing AFCAFTA framework so that we can make it ground and every African nation can harvest from the benefit of, from the fruit of this framework. And policy protocols have been signed and still on progress, but we need to ground it so that we can use this framework, especially youths and the women's. So I call and cry for action still, beyond the mottos, words. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacqueline Banda. I'm from Malawi. I'm into agro-processing. My question goes to AFCT. Actually, the question was from previous conversation, and now it has migrated to this conversation. I wanted to find out how best can countries protect the national and regional interests on FCTA. Because the Minister of Trade wants to promote SMEs in the country, but the Minister of Agriculture can have other implications. For instance, recently we had an issue in our country whereby the Minister of Trade was promoting SME by banning imports products from other countries that are being grown within the country. And it raised national conflicts. And also, many SMEs in Malawi, they are processing the same products that the same country is importing from other products, from other countries rather. So it's like there are conflicts whereby countries wants to promote AFCTA, but there was also national conflicts. How best can, countries work on this, whereby they're trying to promote SMEs, but also they're trying to implement AFCTA. Thank you.
Thank you. You were directing this question to whom? May I?
The Secretariat of AFCTA.
The Secretariat of AFCTA. We'll see if they are here or if anyone else wants to tackle it. Thank you. One more. I think we had another question.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis francophone. Je ne sais pas si vous pouvez mettre vos casques.
Allez-y, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup. Bon, en fait, j'interviens par rapport à cette épineuse question de la mobilisation des ressources, parce que je me dis que pour avoir des grands investissements dans l'infrastructure, comme le représentant de l'Éthiopie l'a si bien rappelé, il faut vraiment une mobilisation des ressources. Je voudrais savoir si c'est lui qui pourra aussi me répondre. Est-ce qu'il y a une stratégie au niveau continental pour arriver à cette mobilisation des ressources au niveau global, ou s'il s'agit de la mobilisation au niveau des États? Est-ce qu'il y a une stratégie au niveau du continent pour accompagner les États à le booster, à mobiliser plus? Parce que si nous travaillons, on l'a si bien dit, si nous travaillons de manière isolée, beaucoup risquent d'être en retard et puis ça va retarder le développement du continent. Est-ce qu'il y a une stratégie au niveau continental pour accompagner les États à plus mobiliser pour que nous puissions en fait avoir plus d'infrastructures qui pourront booster le développement du continent? Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. So we had 3 questions, and the first one was about, I think Ethiopia, it was directed. Who would like to take it? Please go ahead. Okay. Ambassador Zerhon.
Thank you. Thank you. It was all for the interventions and the moderator for capturing the essence of the discussion at the elevated stage. I think what I can say, especially for the youth and for such associations, is your voice is being heard very, very strongly. The call from Ethiopia's side is the protocols are there. The EU protocols are there and they are very much workable. So the next step is implementation. We need to implement this, but one who has to realize, for example, from our ministry side, we have been working very hard at the bilateral and multilateral levels to ensure that we overcome the bottlenecks, trade bottlenecks, because this is a very critical stage. At the same time, we realize, I think the gentleman has said it rightly, that the states have their own role to play that cannot be replaced perhaps by the private sector or any association. And at the same time, the private sector and others are also very much critical players. But at the same time, the stage, the economic reforms and other things of the states across the continent are not at the same level. So that is also a very important element. But I think looking it into a broader history of the continent, of institutionalization, different issues and matters, I think this is heading at an accelerated pace, as our moderator earlier said. Especially one of the things that we need to harness is the potential of the youth. The talent mobility is a very critical element. That can be itself as a source, can serve as a source of resource by itself. So the digital world that we are living in plays a very important role in bringing the continent together. Of course, infrastructures are very critical. These infrastructures are instruments to enhance our integration aspirations. But when we talk about infrastructure, it's not limited to physical infrastructures. It goes beyond that as well. So there is a commitment from the state level. That's what we are witnessing today, for example. Different ministers, different leaders, committing time and again. That the time for action is today, and we are going to move. I know the pace is needed, is the correct one. The push has to be there, but I think the dawn is coming in the very near future. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your response. And we had a question from the distinguished delegate from Malawi, directed at the AFCFTA Secretariat, and they actually are in the room. So I'd like to ask Dr. Makong if he would kindly take the mic and respond to the question that was asked about this apparent incoherence in terms of countries embracing the AFCFTA, but also looking at protecting the national interests, especially of their SMEs. Please, Dr. Makong, where are you?
While she's reaching out for the mic,
Yes.
I just wanted to respond to my colleague from Malawi. in terms of the issue, the challenges that they are facing in terms of protecting small industries. What I was going to say is that we had a session in Botswana with a lot of retailers, with a number of retailers from South Africa. What they've committed to is to support and capacity build the outgrowers, what we call the outgrowers, so that farmers, small farmers in other countries can supply into South Africa. I think one gentleman mentioned earlier that the project that they are doing with one of the South African retailers to do that. So we are seeing this bilateral cooperation, you know, where now the issue on the table is that what is the win-win situation for our industries across the border? I think that is recently our president, His Excellency Duma Boko, was in Malawi just last week talking about aquaculture and fisheries. So there's a lot of development happening in that region. So lastly, to the gentleman who was talking about call to action, I think the issue that I mentioned is, I think as private sector, we have removed the word need to. Need to tends to delay us. We must do it now. And that's what I'm saying is it's important for us to celebrate those countries and those institutions that are implementing and operationalizing the AFTA agreement, and we measure impact of such an agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Makong, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the question which was raised on the AFCFTA. The beauty of our trade agreements are such that they are constructed to cater for any arising situation as long as that situation is legitimate. And therefore, in cases where you want to protect the domestic producers, there are means and tools that you can use, and these are embedded within the agreement. They are what I don't want to sound technical in any way, but we have exceptions to the rules. So there are several of those, and maybe just to shut it off by saying, at the Secretariat will be launching AFCFTA Academy, and under that academy, you'll be able to get all the tools and the resources that can explain matters such as this. In any case, we are pro-women, we are pro-young people, we are pro-SMMEs. In fact, we have a protocol on women and youth in trade. So these are the kind of tools that we have to precisely ensure that the level of production that is required at home, it can be shored up, and then, of course, the young people, the SMMEs, women can be able to export, and there's adequate level of protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your response. We had one more intervention about finance. Are you the only person you want to talk to? You want to take the question?
So, yeah, thank you very
please.
much. I think one distinguished colleague has mentioned on if we have this urban mobilization strategy. Of course, Africa Union has domestic resource mobilization strategy, and we actually, as member states, we use that strategy also as an input. And in Ethiopia also we have a strategy, we call it National Medium-Term Revenue Strategy, which is under implementation. And that strategy looks into different angles. Investment, you know, the incentives that we give should help investors, SMEs, and has to be targeted and well monitored, and it has to be published, and it should be publicly available for the public. So we have this all, and we centralized also these incentives, as I have said. It used to be fragmented and granted by different institutions. Now we centralized it, we make it more targeted and helpful for the private sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we probably could continue, but should stop because we don't want to stand between this exciting conversation and the next one that is coming. But I just wanted to ask my distinguished panelists, as we're talking in the spirit of recommendations, this call to action, could you, each of us, just give us your last takeaway? What resonates for you that would be highly impactful, that should be integrated into a report that would go to the policymakers to change the landscape that we currently have, recognizing that a lot is being done already. It is not a criticism to come up with ideas and strategies, but it's also just important that we use your opportunity to speak for others who are not in the room in terms of raising the critical questions. So maybe let me start at this end and come back and end with you, Ambassador. Thank you. Engineer Massour.
Thank you very much. I think one of my colleagues suggested the need to measure progress and to be able to compare where we are against where we want to be. I believe that if AFCFTA can incorporate in its program specific situations when we will measure the progress of the various institutions, particularly the regions, in terms of the effective implementation of the various protocols, and providing information to enable all regions to know who is making progress where, who is rather slowing down rather. I think that will provide some level of motivation for all. I know not all regions will be able to move at the same time on all protocols, but let those that can move faster in one protocol show that they are moving faster, and that will encourage others. I believe that kind of measurement is very critical. I know also that there is a dispute settlement procedure which needs to be also really highlighted, so that where a particular institution is not complying with the protocols that have been signed by the country, somebody should say so. Whether you should do a name and shame or some other way of identifying institutions that are lagging, I think it will help. But we must have a way of moving people to act when they have no reason not to act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, Mr. Kahutu.
I would like to encourage everybody here, and more so the countries that are represented here, to trade more with themselves. We have a saying or a motto in our Sheba fraternity that says, trade unites nations. Countries that trade with each other never fight. And here we are talking about also opening up borders, thus achieving regional integration. Trade more with each other, with your neighbor, and your neighbor's neighbor with the other one. And if you do that, we shall integrate more. The region will, in fact, expand regionally better that way, and through trade, will achieve, actually, continental integration, which has been more or less like a nightmare as we try to implement it. Eastern Africa trying to, have those agendas. In addition, countries that trade with each other most likely do not fight. And if they are fighting with each other, because of the very reason that each one of them need each other because of maybe food supplies and so on, they could go to their heads of state and have those wars stopped. So, for security purposes, if countries trade with each other, you find that you are more secure with each other. You are more stable. And that is the continental integration that we wish to see. That is one of the aspirations of the Agenda 2063, to have a warless continent which has no guns, being, felt. That is what I would like to leave you with. Let's trade more with each other, and we shall achieve all the rest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause. Trading for Peace. Please, Mr. Tema.
Thank you. Mine is short and sweet, and I'll regurgitate that we must measure and manage. We have to measure one thing. We have to measure impact of these trade protocols. That's number one. We must also measure the partnerships between government and private sector in each country. And then lastly, we need to name and shame as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Name, shame, and celebrate, I heard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, moderator. I think it has been said on many things, but what's the important thing I want to mention is we need to create, a very conducive environment for our SMEs. We don't have already, as much as we need big businesses. So it's critical to create conducive environment for the SMEs so that they can enjoy the market, and we need to have also create the market for them. And that, we need to move into action. We need to make sure that we have, the best services at lowest cost. and we need to make sure that we are well connected to each other, and especially at home, we need to make them, enabled to use the opportunities that are going to be created. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you. Coming from Namibia, there's a lot that used to be said about the future being women, female. We have a female president, female vice president, female speaker of the National Assembly. And so it's no longer the future that is female, but it is here. Now, also the saying of the youth is the future, or the future is digital. It's no longer the case. It is right here. If we want to make sure that we address and make sure that the youth, the women, are fully part of this AFCFTA agreement, then really we have to ensure that the protocol is implemented, but also the environment is created for that critical part of our population to benefit and to derive benefit from the inter-Africa trade. Because once you do that, you really address a large part of our continent in terms of economic well-being, economic welfare, empowerment, but most importantly, we also want to make sure that when we talk about digitization, ensure that we build those public infrastructure that are needed. And this is really where platforms such as Sokoku become very important. The question that was asked about from the sister from Malawi, if the SMEs are empowered and are supported to trade, they can actually trade anywhere on the continent using a platform such as Sokoku. They don't need to be restricted to the domestic market. So really, digitization is important, but also ensuring that we make use of the infrastructure and platforms that we are creating to speed up the implementation of trade, because they are there, and those that are taking advantage of it are appreciating the values of such instruments and actually realizing that their market is no longer domestic. It's continental because they are enabled through some of these enablers. Thank you.
Last but not least.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I will also continue what is being said. We must act today for 3 reasons, I strongly believe. One, the world we are living in today is not like any other. At the systemic level, what's happening at the continental level is very much unique. So the pressure and the urgency has to be felt by everybody, the state, the civil society, all citizens of Africa. The second, the most important thing I strongly believe is power of all powers is the human power. How can we unleash this power? And we have the youth power. So entrepreneurial skills are very much critical. Africa needs to be awakened. We have the resources we often say. We have all kinds of, natural resources. We have the capability to grow. But this awakening and entrepreneurial skills need to be inculcated in our policies and across the board. I think that's very important. Third, and most importantly, I think synergy is very much critical. We call here Madama, that brings about stability and peace for Ethiopia, and also across the different sectors as well. We have to come together. The silo approach is not working. So at the continental level, at the national level, we have to come together to bring about a stronger Africa. The future, I believe, is as African. So I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, they've said it all. I think as the person who was honored to facilitate this esteemed panel, I've learned a lot, and I believe there's a great deal of convergence of thinking, actually. That's what is really interesting about the importance of urgency, the importance of, I think, trusting and having confidence in ourselves and not looking elsewhere for solutions, and knowing that we already have them in our hands, and that we have institutions, whether it's at national level, regional, or continental level, that need to work together to take advantage of this goodwill of the citizens to move forward. So I want to end on this note that what we are learning, this is not a conversation that's ending, it's a continuing one. And I want to also say that I have a testimony that in 2012, 2013, when our leaders pronounced that in 5 years we would have the framework agreement for the AFCFTA done, everybody thought it was impossible. And with the sheer will of the leadership, the technical officials, with our own resources at the center, we managed to get to a framework agreement on time. But today we're celebrating a bigger milestone. Imagine having all these instruments ready: investments, intellectual property, competition policy, goods, services, you know, a special protocol for women and youth. The framework is there. The foundation is there. So I'm really excited that the future is now, and I hope we all leave energized to act and do something about it. So thank you very much for your wisdom and your inspiration, and I also want us to thank the audience as well, because they've been with us through this journey.
Also give one big round of applause to the moderator, Treasure Mafanga, Chief Operating Officer at the AU Trade Group, for moderating that session so greatly. And it was an interesting interaction, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't seem like the end of the day, but they came up with all the insightful presentation of their ideas and practical solutions implemented to be implemented in line with our theme of the day, especially as we celebrate today the Africa Integration Day for the 5th time. This session comes in hand as a very pertinent, highly important session represented by highly experienced panelists. And no wonder the moderator was so great. Remember, Treasure was also, she's a former director for trade and industry at the African Union Commission. Experience speaks for itself. Thank you so very much once again, ladies and gentlemen. We will now quickly transit into the last but not least, but a very interesting practical experience sharing a session, a very short one. It's a fireside chat, it will come. But before we do, let's just stretch our minds for a bit. Now, those of you who believe in the borderless Africa for trade, talent, and technology, let me hear you say integrate. It's not loud enough. Integrate. Yes, integrate. Now, those of you who believe the future of jobs in Africa lies in agriculture, innovation, and entrepreneurship, say create. Create. Yes, wonderful. So a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up day one of the 3rd Africa Job Forum. So we'll quickly transit into the session where I'll have a sitting and talking with some representatives from enterprises. So may I have Ms. Minna Tafessa, who is Chief Impact Officer at Gabia Inc., one of the successful enterprises in Ethiopia. We'll have a fireside chat with her. Also, we'll have someone from
growing unemployment rate across Africa. So we believe that these digital platforms that we built, I'll give you a use case of a program we call Mesrat that's co-created with MasterCard Foundation that we currently run. It's a $48 million project that's specifically targeted at creating dignified and fulfilling work across Ethiopia. And then we also want to mention how opportunities could be put in young people's hands without having to go out there and do the traditional, like follow the traditional method. So we have 3 different solutions. So the first one is Gabeya Connect. So this is a B2B service provider marketplace. It is the largest one in Africa currently, where 30,000 professionals are earning up to $1,500 a month. So this B2B Gabeya Connect is what we call it, allows let's say tech talents or any kind of service providers to be able to find customers, because customer, demand generation is a very, very difficult task for any business, especially for young entrepreneurs. So we provide this, what we call Gabeya Connect, as a solution for that. Next, we have a platform called Jitume. And Jitume is for solo entrepreneurs that are interested in pretty much running their own platforms. So let's say, I'm sure some of you in this room are consultants. You might be a consultant, you might have a lot of customers looking for your specific skills. And it doesn't have to necessarily be just in your country, but it could be in other African countries where your skill sets might be valuable. So where do you connect with these customers? The platform we believe you could do that on is Jitume. So Jitume is for solo entrepreneurs. So let's say you're a chef and you're interested in making sure customers, let's say the diplomatic community might be interested in having a chef come to your home and cook for you. You can list your skills, your services on a platform that's already ready. You don't need to be tech savvy. This platform is ready for you to click and pretty much enter all the services that you provide and be able to receive payments and manage your customers. So you can grow your customer base 3x. This could be also connected to what we call Gabeya Connect. So Gabeya Connect allows you to find customers, whereas Jitume, if you're a customer, is a platform you can go to actually find those service providers. And last but not least, this is my baby. I always say this is my baby because I run the Mesrat project as a program director. This project is a flagship project we run under Gabeya. And in here, we're trying to enable 1 million youth across Ethiopia in every single region to access dignified and fulfilling work. And I know that we want to make sure in the discussions we're having that we're being very inclusive. So in this project, out of the 1 million, we plan to enable 80% women, and then on top of that, an additional 10% vulnerable groups. So this includes refugees, returnees, persons with disabilities, and even displaced individuals, so that no one is left behind. In addition to that, we're also working to upskill young entrepreneurs to meet the demands that are in place. So upskill in a sense that we're supporting them with the right skill sets to go into the gig economy, or this two-sided marketplace, this economy that we see in our society. My slide is not working, but it's okay, I've memorized it, so. So next, let me just move to the Jitume. So Jitume in action could look like a solopreneur managing their customers, but then losing contact with them because they don't have a centralized platform to manage their services. So there's no time to connect with your customers. So this platform allows you to be able to streamline your services and connect with your customers with ease. So you can do automatic bookings, centralized payments, which payment integration is a very important topic for us to explore. I know some questions have been brought up even through the AFCFTA and payments across borders. So you could imagine this is an important topic for us. Our platforms are integrated across countries, so it's not just in Ethiopia. You can make payments in Senegal, you can make payments in Kenya, just to name a few. So Jitume is just not an app, it's sort of what we call a lifeline. Most entrepreneurs that have spoken about it, Jitumers we call them, have said, wow, this is exactly what I've been needing, a platform that will really help me streamline my processes. So imagine, let's say 1 million youth that have a certain skill set that they could put out there in the market, being put on a platform that's fully digitized and ready for their customers. So that is what Jitume brings them. And then Mesrat, I've already mentioned, is enabling the gig economy, or for most of you here, maybe there's a couple of Ethiopians here, so we say Wusin Sara, which is work that is done on an on-call basis. So imagine a ride driver. The ride driver is the gig worker. The platform that we provide, which is the software as a service, the SaaS that we provide, is the technology that the GPMs, or what we call gig and professional marketplaces, utilize to connect customers with gig workers. The support doesn't stop there. Mesrat provides an access to finance component where entrepreneurs will be able to get access to uncollateralized digital lending with interest-free rates, interest-free and low interest, uncollateralized digital lending with low interest rates. And then we also provide mentorship and the upskilling component. It's a whole holistic approach in supporting entrepreneurs in Ethiopia. So we believe this doesn't need to technically just stop here. This can be scaled in various countries where the gig economy, or what we would call the informal economy, is growing very fast. It's inevitable, so why not digitize it? And why not scale it through digital means rather than being left behind while the rest of the world is moving towards AI. So the tech behind the revolution, I've already mentioned. We have a skills training component, so digital, agri, healthcare. With AFCFTA especially, I believe we need youth that are fully capable of engaging into the AFCFTA. If we don't have the right
Okay. We are an Ethiopian brand pushing towards being one of the top African brands exporting to the international market. So our 90% of our, just to give you a perspective, 90% of our products goes into the export market, and the remaining we're engaged in a local trading with corporates as well as with retail. So that would be an overall about me. Thanks.
Gertrude, you want to use that mic or you want this one? Okay, so tell us about your story. As you're from the agro-processing sector, so.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Gertrude Chambat from Zimbabwe. I'm the founder of Majestic Africa, a company which is doing agro-processing of health-related products. That includes small grains and indigenous fruits as well as local teas. So, for me, mine is a testimony of my life. Growing up in rural areas, I used to see my grandmothers and my grandfather growing small grains, and they grew up to their old age being strong and healthy. So I realized, what if I can do business whereby we are talking about sustainable agriculture and also our health from local food systems, right? So I decided to start the business, but not only for myself, but to bring women empowerment to the table and to make sure that young women and farmers in the rural areas are not left behind when it comes to job creation and empowerment. So I decided to start my business, and then I funded my education. I'm now the Award of Bachelor of Science in Agricultural Management. And then I realized that going to school is not always about looking for a job, but maybe I can also create employment for other people. So I then go back to rural areas and to look for those people who are growing small grains. They are looked down upon, and it seems like they are doing something which is not of value. But at the end of the day, they are producing something which is feeding the world, which is healthy, which is nutritious. So I am promoting those by establishing services whereby I'm training sustainable agriculture from the experience and also from my education. Not only that, I then provide access to market. That's where Majestic Africa is coming up with providing market. I buy from my farmers, I value add the products, I supply to hotels, I supply to individual customers. I do have clients in Canada, I do have clients in America, I do have clients in close as South Africa. So I realized that there is gap whereby those smallholder farmers I'm trying to promote and support, they lack things to do like digital marketing and also infrastructure. Sometimes there is communication breakdown due to the issue that where they are located, there is no enough network for communication. So yeah, I see this platform as an advantage, and I get energized and motivated to continue doing my work. And indeed, there is need for collaboration, partnership, and investment to make sure that there are decent jobs created in agriculture. For in Africa, we are agrarian, and we will never run away from that. We have to push, we have to create decent jobs. I am here, I'm empowered because of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Gertrude. Most welcome. Let's give the mic to the girl at the end of the line. So if you'd please take a moment to introduce yourself and why
Sure.
you're here. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Beza. I'm the founder of B Singularity. And what we do in B Singularity is we provide, we started close to 5 years ago. And what we do is we provide a recruitment, training, and placement of salespeople when we start. But along the way, what we are focusing on is while doing the recruitment, the training, and the placement, we start taking outsourced jobs. And now we are fully functioning on sales gig jobs. So when we start, the aim is like to digitalize, but the reality hits, and we do it manually in the learning curve. We start digitalizing the recruitment. We start
We might have
digitalizing.
one or two.
I'm sorry? Okay. So we start digitalizing the different tools. So up to now, we provide a training for more than 15,000 youth in Ethiopia. We are all over in Ethiopia. You find us placing people in 50 waradas. We placed more than 4,000 in wage placement in sales position. We have more than 4,000 gig workers in our platform. So that's what we focus on. That's what we do. How do we contribute to job creation and use? So our focus is, again, gig jobs, sales gig jobs. So the very good example is you've seen the ride drivers or the Uber drivers, yeah? In our case, it's sales people doing a sales task while they're a student or if they have a full-time job, this kind of thing. So we provide a 3-day training that is for free. We don't charge them anything. All we want is they come to our place physically or they can access our training online and then take the training, finish the training, and then be placed near their specific, like nearby area. So when we do that, the businesses pay us. So at the same time, other companies start saying, okay, can we outsource our products to you? I'll give you an example. My sister here, she do have an agriculture product, yeah? Let's say it's the technology. So those kind of businesses want us to have them on board their service provider or to onboard their corporate client or their end user. So what we take is products, which is digital products, could be an app, could be a training, and then we distribute those products through our gig workers. So with that, we're able to reach to, as I mentioned, 4,000 placement and 4,000 gig workers, and we want to expand to at least to grow to scale it to 1 million by 2027. I know it looks like we copy from Gabea, we are not, but again, sales is big and we can do it all over Africa. We want to expand to Kenya market and we are still looking for partners and we are seeking one and I hope one of it would be Gabea. Yeah, so thank you. This is B-Singularity.
Thank you, Beza. I'll stay with you. I'll stay with you, Beza. That's quite a big dream. Thank you so very much. Maybe this is because of African Forum for Job Creation, and you're showcasing what you're doing and your enterprises. So what is your most distinct feature? By that, I mean, if people or organizations come forward and try or want to help you or partner with you, why would they want to do that? What is the selling point? Just sell the best feature of what you offer.
Perfect. Thank you. So our company is only focused in sales. So you can take a look at any other businesses and our focus mainly, we do provide a sales distribution platform that is connected digitally. So if any partner bring their product and say, can you distribute this all over Ethiopia? We will be the only one that can distribute their digital product. Otherwise, it will be Mercato, which is manual. But as we have 4,000 gig workers, that any digital products you have, it could be after registering service, like merchants that want to export to Kenya, that want to export to Tanzania. So if after request us, can you register Ethiopian enterprise that are focusing on export, then we will be the right match because we are all over the 50 waradas. That's very deeper part of Ethiopia. That's what I can say. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. That's quite interesting. We're the only one distributing digital products across Ethiopia with a vision of reaching out to the rest of Africa.
Yes.
That's a big dream. Well done. Thank you, Beza. So can you give the mic to Gertrude? Gertrude? How about you? What's the selling point?
Okay, so for me, it's the impact that I'm bringing to smallholder farmers. For example, the smallholder farmers that I'm working with, if I'm comparing this year versus 2 years back, they were producing about a third of what they are producing now. So the impact that I am bringing to smallholder farmers, making sure they are not left behind, and the decent jobs that I am creating through agro-processing, whereby youth are now deterring from drugs and the abuse that have been taken to youth. So that alone, I think I'm trying and I'm pushing as a youth, creating opportunities for other youth. So yeah, I think I'm the best person. So thank you.
Thank you very much. It has also got a social responsibility aspect where you support the youth and create jobs and lure them away from, irresponsible areas. So thank you very much, Gertrude. So Samahal, how about yours?
Thank you for that question. I would also like to touch on the team as well, if that's okay. The team being advanced job creation and economical resilience through regional integrations. Our company has been in business for 8 years, not a lot of years, but we have climbed through the ladder inside the leather sector and became the top 3 exporters of the country. And in bags, not leather, but finished goods. So for us, what I would like to add is through regional integration, our selling point would be we can bring a lot of the manufacturing towards Ethiopia. We do have the resources, whether it's leather or textiles, and then we do have the manpower. By a bit of a short technical trainings, we can bring that manufacturing into the country and increase. Right now, we are exporting and became the biggest exporter within our sector and our field by just exporting to Western countries. But it can be done through it's so hard to say AFTCA, through AFTCA once it's open and the implementation is going. I know there are a couple of countries already piloting it. When Ethiopia is implementing it in, I think we can multiply the manufacturing, the leather and textile in thousands, if not in millions in terms of job impact. And I'll also like to add AFCFTA, excuse my wordings, again, it's a Pan-African Digital Trade Passport for MSMEs like myself. So the selling point for us, again, in this area would be, we had, I mean, if you see through the agenda, I was brought in as a creative success story in my sector, right? We had to find different channels, whether it was partnering with a Rwandan brand, whether it was partnering with a South African or Kenyan brand. That's what I had to do personally. Right now, we can go directly and sell directly. So that means we're gonna be generating Forex more than we are right now. So I do believe there is a big potential, just waiting to burst and waiting for the government and the FTC African Union to align so that we can be able to, to start selling through that. So I would say the impact in terms of job creation would be big through this. And then additional to that, right now Ethiopia is importing a lot of materials, including finished goods. I think by bringing a lot of components, not only from China, but also from other African countries, we can be able to finish the goods. I mean, right now we're importing in a very high taxation some of the materials for Cabana. We've been importing from China, India. Sometimes when we can, we import from Cairo, we import from Nairobi, some finished trims. But I think once the market is open, we can be able to substitute most of the imports that are coming with a big, with the long shipments, with the lead time would be shorter. So I do believe that we have the potential as a company as well as a country. We'll have a short turnaround for finishing products. So right now we're combining our production with other factories in able to fulfill, an American brand order. But I do believe that by decreasing the amount of time, we can be able to push ourselves to become the biggest manufacturer or also exporters. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Samahal, and we wish you all the best. And finally, Manna, it's your moment.
Great, thank you so much. So as Gabeya, I didn't talk much about Gabeya. I just talked a little bit about what we do, but we started off as a tech, a TVET. We had a TVET license. We started off with training developers about 8 years ago. And we have gone through a lot of the challenges of being a startup. But we've grown and we're now at a point where we are actually enablers We believe that big investors from, we've got Inclusion Japan that's working with us. We've got Orange, we've got big names. We want to make sure other entrepreneurs across Africa get that same opportunity. So when we started the Mesra project, we said we will replicate ourselves 100 times to support 100 plus entrepreneurs. And we truly believe that the solution to job creation across Africa is actually investing in the youth, the young entrepreneurs. If you look at every single executive team member, including myself, we either moved back to our home countries or stayed here and are very passionate about really helping African entrepreneurs, Ethiopian and other African entrepreneurs, really scale their business. So you asked, how can we, right? We want to be the next unicorn out of Ethiopia. That's our big plan. It sounds ambitious, but you have to have that vision in place if you're going to get there. That becomes your compass. And in order for us to do that, we think the only solution is becoming selfless and replicating yourself. So any partnership that's open to supporting entrepreneurs across Africa, whether it's in the agri-sector, we work across 13 different sectors currently, transportation, education, healthcare, professional services, agri. We have so many entrepreneurs. We've reached currently 68 two-sided marketplaces, platforms that are enablers, they're job creators. So we want to scale that to 1,000, 1 million if possible. And the more we support them with policies and investment, direct investment into the entrepreneurs, the more we believe Africa will have its justice on job creation. So we're open to partner up and co-create programs as well, not just in Ethiopia, but also in other African countries where we're currently visible, whether it's Kenya, Senegal, but we're also looking at Nigeria, South Africa, Rwanda. So we're really open to having any of those discussions. So if you're here for dinner, we're available to chat. So thank you so much.
Yes, a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to these incredible young women. You know, when young people speak, they speak energy, they speak passion, they speak vision and untapped potential. So you can imagine what the potential would be like in all the sectors that they're representing. That's a wonderful presentation of what you aspire and what you're doing. But I'm afraid we won't have much time for questions from my side, but it would be injustice to leave you or the audience without asking one or two questions to these young ladies, if you may. So I'll open the floor for questions. Any questions, challenge, or interest in investing? Okay. She's next to the mic, so she took it, sorry. So we'll come to you next.
Good evening, everyone. It is very inspirational to me to see all powerful, beautiful women in the stage.
Could you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, my name is Alam Sahai. As I am vocational job creation and empowerment voluntary trainer for a youth with special needs. In the context of job opportunities for the individuals with special needs, what is your specific initiatives do you have planned to implement? This question goes to four of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Here in the front line, please. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, all along in the discussion on the third Africa Job Creation Forum, we have talked about creating jobs. We have talked about value chain, but you ask yourself, how does it translate into practical reality? I've seen in what they are doing, what they are presenting, a practical application of the desire of Africa to get the generation now into doing something for themselves. And so I just want to find out, any one of them can answer the question. Were you inspired by any policies within the country? Or is it just a self-imposed or a self-inspired desire to go on your own, to work on your own, to develop this business the way you are seeing it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, one last here, please. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. My name is Reverend John Dow, and I work for Ministry of Labor as the Director General for Vocational Training and Skill Development. I have no much question, but you just give us hope, and you just give us a challenge. And I think through my Honorable Minister, we all have a challenge now on how to allow the youth to take this space. So I just want to ask, you are all ladies there. We haven't seen any young men there, but that is still good. It gives us hope also. And I also want to follow with a question, with all your great ideas, which are inclusive, where are your thoughts and creativity also around people who are recovering from conflict? And I hear the Gabea lady referring going to Rwanda, South Africa, but none of the countries that are recovering from conflicts that are, I just want to know whether you have a future or creativity in those areas, and also to find out whether there are some of the policies that are hindering some of your progress, whether tax policies or immigration policies or trade issues, such that our honorable ministers here can actually think about it, as one of the honorable ministers have already said. Thank you so very much, and God bless you.
Thank you so very much. I see quite a few more hands. I think let's respond to these questions. Maybe your questions might be responded to already within the first round of questions or responses to the questions. So I'll give the floor to Menna first to respond to those reflections. By the way, I see that we, the adults, gathered here to inspire young people, but now we're hearing that young people are inspiring the adults back. Congratulations, really. That's an amazing. And I heard them saying, you know, let the adults talk. And most of the sessions so far were predominantly men. Did you notice that? Yes. In the many of the panels that we've been attending, and they were saying, oh, let them talk, we'll do the job. That is what the young women, the great young women were saying. So I'll leave the floor to you, Menna.
Great. I think I will start off by saying women are action-oriented. That's why we're sitting on stage and giving you practical examples of how it could be done. I'm not leaving the men behind. I think men are allies as well. I will start off with the young lady over there that asked about the inclusion of vulnerable groups like persons with disabilities. In our initiative, specifically on the Mesrat project, we're currently focusing on 10% youth with disabilities. Out of the 10%, 5% are youth with disabilities, and then the other 5% are vulnerable groups, such as displaced individuals, refugees, returnees. So there is a huge appetite and already initiatives that we're going through in our project, especially around skills. We realize that most of the time, I'm a huge advocate of persons with disabilities, because in the past, that's what I even clapped, right? Most of the time, we realize that disability is a social construct. It is not necessarily an inability to work. So we we see programs that put persons with disabilities to just learn basic skills, but persons with disabilities could do so much more. I've seen it with my own eyes and supported it. So in our program, we are making sure to create reasonable accommodations so that persons with disabilities are being included in the gig economy and not left behind. So I just wanted to mention that. You mentioned if there's any policies or anything that has been happening in the country that's actually fueling our passion for the work that we do. Yes, although, about 8 years ago when we started when our founder, Amadou Daffé, when he started Gabeya, there was a lot of challenges, but Digital Ethiopia, that's a huge, huge initiative that we absolutely back. We realize that the Startup Proclamation is also another area where we're very much interested in and want to continue to engage in. Gig worker taxation, we've been working very closely with the Ministry of Labor and Skills on gig worker taxation so that it could be passed, so that it could encourage more young people to come into the gig economy and work formally through this digital means. So there's a lot of initiatives, and I want to take the chance to thank the government of Ethiopia on having such forward-thinking initiatives that are actually fueling job creation. So we're passionate about it, and it's actually adding more fuel to the fire and igniting our passion to continue doing this work. So I wanted to mention that. And then finally, there was the question on, first of all, you were encouraged by us. Thank you for that. And then second of all, on, I think you mentioned taxation, correct? Or any policies. I think I mentioned those policies. Regional. Yes, we do have interest in going into crisis-affected areas, although that requires a little bit more strategic planning, because our job as Gabeya is to support entrepreneurs. And if we could find entrepreneurs in crisis-affected areas or host communities that are very much excited about job creation and building their own platforms and engaging with the rest of the country, the rest of Africa, then we're 100% willing to engage. Right now, we're focusing on about 4 different regions, including here in Addis Ababa, but then we're in Hawassa, Dredwa. We've engaged with the Ministry of Labor and Skills in Jijjiga, Arba Minch as well. So we're expanding our programs and our reach through various engagements, even the likes of the Safaricom Talent Cloud, where we support young women that are interested in getting into the digital space as well. So absolutely have interest in doing all those. I hope I answered all your questions. I'm happy to respond later on when we have more time.
Thank you for your questions. First question being, I think my sister here has answered most of it, but just to add in terms of personally as a company, how we include women, I'd like to focus on women because, not only because I'm a woman, but 80% of our workforce in our factory in Kabana are women, and I'm a chair of a concert team, and our concert team, 70% are women, which is more than 1,000 employees that we have altogether collectively. How we focus on that is we try to match the talent with the disability. So that's the first matching that we do, whether leather has a lot of, labor intensive, which is cutting, stitching. So we match that. And then one thing we've understood, women with disabilities are very good in the cutting department as well as quality checking. The focus as well as they show without any gatekeeping. I think that's one thing I've seen as well. But I also would like, when we say inclusion, also we include vulnerable women from our communities. Kabana works with women from shelters. So we go around, like one of the shelters being outside, we go around and interview women. We give them training, partnering with a government event like Misraq, and then we give them on-job trainings and then include them. We've also created a daycare so that this woman One of the women in our factory, her name is Sarah. She has 2 children. She's a single mom. So talk about, having challenges above challenges, but she's really great. So she brings her kids early in the morning, leaves them at the daycare, and then goes to work. So I think this kind of may answer your question. Also, women who are returnees, that's also a very vulnerable communities. So government, together with European Union, had started, this is in the past, but the women are still with us. 18 of those women have working in our factory. So maybe kind of increasing the inclusion word by itself. I hope I answered your question. Next thing is, how are we inspired were we inspired by a policy, or how are we even inspired to do what we are doing? I'm an architect by profession, so maybe inspiration just comes because I'm a designer. That helps me start my factory, but a policy that has helped us, we didn't know about it when I started, which kind of why I failed 3 times before I started this business. So I kept learning what policies are supporting me. I mean, you are sitting with the most influential government women with you, so you can really understand that there are policies that helps with taxations, whether it's tax holiday. There are also policies that help for people or for enterprises that are creating jobs more than or also engaged in export. The government gives spaces. So these are called, I don't know what you call them in English, like masriya house, like just working space. So this is one of the policies that really supported us. Within the last 2 years, we expanded into a 3-floor government facility. So that helped us increase our exports, I think by around 70% towards the US market. So that's one of the biggest policies that helped us personally as a company and in the manufacturing space. And then for a gentleman who asked about recovering from conflict, I worked in Rwanda for about 2 years. So I got to learn about a UNHCR Made 51 project. That's a very good case study or example that can be replicated. We have tried to hire women from IDP centers here, whether we don't ask questions of how they're coming, but we do give opportunities for them first. So we're not trying to adapt or copy exactly, but we're learning from case studies like this. And we work with Rwandan designers who work with women in the refugee camps. Whether it's bidding, we make the bags and they add the biddings for them. So we export it to Rwanda and added value, and then later it's exported to the US market. So it's not direct, but we're really going through indirectly through it as a brand and as a company. Policy that's hindering, I wouldn't say hindering. I think it's really, we have it in paper. It's, we are a developing country, so everything will be implemented, whether it's now or in 6 months. So I think it's on ground. The implementations are a bit slower than the policies. So it's really more of not the policy, but the implementation, whether it's taxations, whether we're trying to import our zippers, for example. So that's one of the things that we've understood. Things like voucher systems really work, but does it work for every material? This kind of implementations, I would say. And also, we're really looking forward. We've been looking forward for FTCA for quite some time, because for us as a brand, we have a lot of market in West Africa as well as in South Agreement, and then the products can go into South Africa tax-free. But then our clients, when the products reach there, they had to pay a heavy duty tax on it. So it might not be an Ethiopian policy that's hindering it, but through our region, those policies are not really integrated or opened up. Maybe that's a key word for it. So yeah, I think I've answered most of your questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, so the first question that I would like to answer is the one which was asked by my sister there about the youth in special needs and how we are helping them. So specifically for me, I do live by this saying, which says, if I'm still earning for myself, I'm not there, but if I'm there to help others and those who are voiceless or who are less privileged, yes, I will be there. So I then joined a Pan-African movement under Comfort, which is called Comfort Association. So, by the way, I'm a philanthropist. So what we do at Comfort, we help the less privileged by doing philanthropy, and also by doing, for example, I'm an agriculturalist, so I work with Comfort agriculture guys to help those farmers who are in need freely to provide them with the trainings so that they take agriculture as a viable business. Not only that, we all know that in Africa we do have those areas which are down there in rural areas, whereby young people in schools, they fail to have school fees, shoes, and other needs that they need to go to school for basic education. So I do philanthropy through cash from my business profits. So by that, we are catering for those who are in needs by that way. Then, when it comes to job creation in helping those who are in special needs, so when we employ the employees for the company, we do inclusive, whereby we see that some other people, they are not educated, but there are some skills that they can do. So we do include them where they can fit in so that they are not left behind and also they benefit. Then I would like to answer also the question which were asked about were you inspired by any policy in the country? For me to start off the business, the inspiration was for me to be empowered and also about the health of people, getting inspired by what I already mentioned. But along the journey, along the process, I would then start to research on policies in my country, and I'd find that some of the policies, they do support women in business and women in agribusiness, but also, of course, there are also still other challenges which hinder us to upscale the business, whereby, for example, when it comes to tax rates, business license, and other things to do with business, the rates are the same as the SMEs as compared to those big players in the market. So you'd find that the competition is tough at some point. And then also, maybe briefly, I'll just highlight or add on the issue of trade. I mentioned that export is a challenge due to competition with big players when it comes to issues to do with price rates. So then the opportunity and the privileged part is that we are here talking about the free trade area, which is a plus and which is answering to all our challenges when it comes to trade as women in business. So by this, I submit. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you. So to start from my sister over there, youth in a special need, how can you support them? So again, we are a private company focusing on working with third-party hiring or outsourcing. So our business is focused on sales, so mostly it's about physically able to go around. But one thing we see is a call center service that we can provide. So we are looking at the BPO side, which a person can sit down and able to actually start selling or start inbound call and outbound call. So we are focusing on that. The second question is, were you inspired when you start your business at the beginning? Yeah. So one of the inspiration as a policy is looking at the right system, being able to allow core 2 numbers start providing that service. And that's an opening because it's a new technology and it's been challenged, and that challenge been resolved. There's a good line to see as a business, okay, it has a future. But the second one is, again, COVID was there when we start. So it was an inspiration, even if it's a bad thing happening. But for us, it was an inspiration to start. And the third one, which I want to highlight, is now the whole country is focusing about job creation. So wherever we go, like the subsidies, the WordUs, the TVETs, the colleges, they accept us in a good heart, and we closely work with all subsidies in Addis. We closely work with TVETs and other universities in the regional cities. So that helps us actually scale very fast. So that's what I see. The third one is how to allow the youth recovering from conflict, internally displaced people. So what we do, which we actually tried again 2 years ago to work with refugees in their able to train them and them working in their own communities, selling other e-commerce products. And that, again, we want to scale it more, but because, again, we are a private company that is going there with our investment, and that will be, the refugee camps are very far. So bringing a product from a company who may not really go there and distribute, that might be a challenge for us, but we tried it, and we see hope if there is a support behind it. But up to now, we've done it, we tried it with our own investment. So that is what we've been tried. So thank you.
Thank you very much. In fact, I feel like I'm growing younger as I moderate this session with their inspiration, their success stories, their amazing passion and vision. Please congratulate them once more, ladies and gentlemen, for those really remarkable young ladies and for their success stories that they have shared. I have seen a few more hands, but because of time, we'll be stopping here. But you can always catch up with them as we are heading to the dinner program of the day. So thank you so very much. Thanks a lot. That brings us to the end of our formal sessions for day one of the third Africa Jobs Creation Forum, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a day rich with insights, strategies, and renewed ambition. One that reminds us that the Africa Jobs Agenda is inseparable from its integration agenda. So, as we step into the evening, we encourage you all to continue the conversation informally, explore the exhibition space if you may, as you go out and reflect on the commitments made today. Tomorrow, we return with even more sessions focused on innovation, entrepreneurship, and inclusive agro-industrial growth under AFCFTA. Thank you so very much for your energy, your presence, and your partnership. See you bright and early tomorrow, but now we'll go into the formal reception dinner proudly hosted by the Ministry of Labor and Skills of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Her Excellency the Minister is proudly inviting you to dinner, which is happening at the heart of Addis Ababa at the Friendship Square. I heard that the transportation has already been arranged, so people can now go and enjoy the evening. Remember the musical beginning this morning, and there's a lot of it that is waiting for you. So we will directly go there if there are any notices here. Well, we have, so we're going into the evening anyway now, so transportation is ready. We have been notified. But thank you so very much to all the speakers, the panelists, the moderators, the participants. One big round of applause as we go into the evening. Thank you so very much. Thank you.